በዚህ ጊዜ የሆነውን ለማህበረሰቦች ግንዛቤ ለማስጨበጥ የታለመ መድረክ ይህ አይነት ወደፊት ቀጣይነት ሌሎቹ የታሪክ ፈርጦቻችን የምንዘክርበት ምቹ መድረክ መፍጠር የሚተጋ ጠንካራ ተቋም መፍጠር ዓላማን ይዞ ከኢትዮጵያ ተራድኦ ማህበር እየተንቀሳቀሰ ያለውን ስብስብ ለማበረታታትና ዝግጅት የተሳካ በማህበረሰባችን ውስጥ የተለያዩ በገንዘብ በሀሳብ ድጋፍ ስላደረጉልን ለዚህ ታላቅ ዝግጅት ከፍተኛ ድርሻውን የሚወጡ ማህበረሰባችን እንዲገነዘብልን እናሳውቃለን። ሁሉም ሰው በዝግጅቱ እንዲሳተፍ የትምህርት ቤቶችንም አዲስ ምግብ ቤት በቤተክርስቲያን የሚገኝ ዘመናዊ የማህበረሰባችን ከፍተኛ ግልጋሎትን ከመስጠቱ በተጨማሪ በማንኛውም የኢትዮጵያ ዝግጅቶች ላይ በመርዳትና በመደገፍ ይታወቃል። ልዩ ባህላዊ መስተንግዶ በተለይም የጾም በየአይነታቸው አቀራረባቸው እጅግ ጣፋጭና ልዩ ምግባቸው የሚታወቁ ናቸው። ለበለጠ በስፋትና በጥራት ሌሎችም ዓመታትን ያቀረበ የባህል ምግባችንን እንዳይረሳ ኢትዮጵያውያን የእንጀራ ናፍቆታቸው እንዳይኖርብን ያደረገ ቅዱስ ገብርኤል ምግብ በኤሌፋንት ካስቴልና በሁለተኛው ደግሞ ቤታቸው በሚኒስትር ቫሴል መንገድ ላይ የሚገኝ የጠፈና ምግባን እንጀራ እንዲሁም የተለያዩ ዝግጅቶች ትልቅ ድፍን ዳቦ በማቅረብ ከመታወቃቸው በተጨማሪ በጥቅምታን አጥንት የሚባል ልዩ በሆነ በበግ ቂጣ የበለጠ መረጃ በ07940741377
በዚህ በኩል ሰው እንዳያልፍ ሰላም ጤና ይስጥልኝ ክቡራትና ክቡራን እንግዶቻችን እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ። ይህ በአይነቱ ለየት ያለ የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ የመታሰቢያ መርሃ ግብር ነው። በድጋሚ ውድ ኢትዮጵያዊያን እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ። በልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ መታሰቢያ አዘጋጅ ኮሚቴና በኢትዮጵያ ኮሚኒቲ በመተባበር ያዘጋጁት ይህ ልዩ የሆነው የ146ኛ ዓመት የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ መታሰቢያ ልዩ ዝግጅት ላይ ስለተገኛችሁ አዘጋጅ ኮሚቴዎች እጅግ አድርገው ያመሰግናሉ። በመቀጠል ከአስተባባሪ ኮሚቴዎች መካከል አቶ አገኘው መኮንን እና አቶ ፈቃደ ዓለሙ አጭር ንግግር ያደርጉልናል። በቀጥታ መድረኩን ለነሱ ሰጣለሁ። አመሰግናለሁ።
Hello? Hello? Yes. I've been asked to say a few words in English, so thank you everyone for coming. I see so many friends here. It's really an honor for me to come and be with you. And what a lovely occasion to be here with your remembering our wonderful Prince ዓለማየሁ, remembering his life, the legacy, and his passing, of course. So very, very wonderful. And of course, we want to thank, as our brother Saka said, thank all the organizers taking their time out, plan, organize the venues, the preparing, the communications, the food, everything. So we want to thank them. Please, if you don't mind, raise your hands and thank all the organizers. Yes, ዓለማየሁ definitely deserves this. So yes, after 146 years, we've come to remember his passing, his legacy, etc. So yes, thank you very much. So I think we should mention, in case you need a toilet, we've got a toilet around the corner of the house. If there's a fire, 2 fire exits, one here, one another there. And so yes, we want to invite the 2 people from our community, Mr. Agenyo Makonnen and Ato Fakadu Alamu. Please come forward and let's make your remarks opening. Thank you.
የልዑል ዓለማየሁ የቅርብ ቤተሰብ የሆኑት ክብርት ወይዘሮ ግዢው ደምሴ፣ ክቡር አቶ ለምን ሲሳይ አልመጡም አንፎርቹኔትሊ፣ ደራሲና የታሪክ ባለሙያ አቶ አንድሩ ሄብል፣ ፕሮፌሰር ዳንኤል ፈቃድና ሌሎች ተጋባዥ ተናጋሪዎች፣ የተከበራችሁ አዛውንቶች፣ የወደፊቱን ትውልድ ወራሽ የሆናችሁ ወጣቶችና ታዳጊ ልጆች ይህንን ታሪካዊ ቀን ለማክበር እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ። ብቻውን መጥቶ በብቸኝነትና በናፍቆት ናውዞ ገና በለጋነት ሕይወቱ ያለፈውን የአፄ ቴዎድሮስን ብርቅዬ ልጅ የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስን 146ኛ ህልፈተ ሕይወት እዚህ በአንድ ላይ ተሰባስበን ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ አስበን ስንውል ታላቅ ክብር ይሰማናል። ዳግማዊ አፄ ቴዎድሮስ ብርቅዬ ልጃቸው ልዑል ዓለማየሁ በተወለደባት ቀን ማክሰኞ ሚያዝያ 16 1853 ዓመተ ምህረት የተሰማቸውን ደስታ መቆጣጠር አልቻሉም ነበር። በመሆኑም ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ ከኢትዮጵያ አፈር ጋፋት ላይ የተሰራውን መድፍ በመተኮስ የወደፊቱ አልጋ ወራሽ ወንድ ልጅ መወለዱን በዚህም የተነሳ የተሰማቸውን ደስታና የሀገሪቱንም የወደፊት ተስፋ ለሕዝብ እንዲያበስሩ ወታደሮቻቸውን አዘዙ። ወዲያውኑ የደብረ ታቦር ተራሮችና ሸለቆች የመድፉን ጩኸት እየተቀበሉ አስተጋቡት። የተሰማቸውን ወደር የለሽ ደስታቸውን ለመግለጽም ሲሉ አፄ ቴዎድሮስ አዲስ የተወለደ ወንድ ልጃቸውን ዓለማየሁ ብለው ሰየሙት። ይሁን እንጂ እንዲህ ሲወለድ መድፍ የተተኮሰለትና እንደ ብርቅ የታየው ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ሕይወት ይህ ነው ተብሎ ሊገመት ከሚቻለው በላይ በአጭር ጊዜ ውስጥ ተለወጠ። በአፄ ቴዎድሮስና በእንግሊዝ መንግስት መካከል በተከሰተ የዲፕሎማቲክ ችግር ምክንያት ጦርነት ተጀመረ። በዚህም ጦርነት ምክንያት ብላቴናው አባትና እናቱን ከማጣቱም በላይ ገና በ7 ዓመቱ በግዞት ከሞቃታማዋ ኢትዮጵያና ከተራራማዋ መቅደላ ተፈናቅሎ ወደ ብርዳማዋ እንግሊዝ ከቤተሰብ መሃል ተነጥሎ በብቸኝነት እንዲኖር ተገደደ። በዚህ ብቻ ሳይበቃ የብቸኛው ብላቴና ሕይወት በናፍቆት እንደናወዘ ገና በለጋ ዕድሜው 18 ዓመቱ አለፈ። ምንም እንኳን የብቸኝነት ሕይወት ጉዞው በቃላት ለመግለጽ እጅግ አስቸጋሪ ቢሆንም የክብርና የአይበገሬነት ምልክት ሆኖ ለዘላለም ሲከበር ይኖራል። የልዑል ዓለማየሁ የቅርብ ስጋ ዘመድ የሆኑት ወይዘሮ ግዢው ደምሴ በመካከላችን ስለተገኙ የአፄ ቴዎድሮስ ታሪክ ለልባችን እንዲቀርብ ሆኖ እንዲሰማን ከማድረጉም በላይ ከፍተኛ ክብር ይሰማናል። የተከበሩ ተጋባዥ እንግዳና ንግግር አቅራቢ አቶ ለምሲሳይ በአጋጣሚ የሉም። እሳቸው ባርክ ተደረገው ጥሪያችን አክብረው በመካከላችን በመገኘቱ ከልብ እናመሰግናለን። የሚያቀርቡልን ይመሳል ንግግር በጉጉት እየጠበቅን ነው። እዚህ ላይ ስማችሁን ዘርዝሬ የማልዘቀው ሌሎች ተጋባዥ ንግግር አቅራቢዎችም ጥሪያችን አክብራችሁ በመምጣታችሁ ምስጋናችን ይድረሳችሁ። የልዑል ዓለማየሁን ህልፈተ ሕይወት ለመዘከር እዚህ የተገኛችሁ አባቶችና እናቶች፣ ወጣቶችና ታዳጊ ልጆች ብቻውን ሆኖና በናፍቆት ተሰቃይቶ ያለፈውን ብላቴና እንደርሱ ብቻቸውን ሆናችሁ ሳይሆን ሰብሰብ ብላችሁ እድለኛም የሆናችሁ ከወላጆቻችሁ ጋር ሆናችሁ ስለተገኛችሁልን እንኳን ደስ አላችሁ። የክብር ምስጋናችንም ይድረሳችሁ። የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ህልፈተ ሕይወት የምናስብበት የዛሬው ቀን በሀዘን ተኮራምተን ሳይሆን በኩራት በምስጋና የወደፊቱን ትውልድ በሚያስተምር ማለትም በታሪክ በባህልና በስነ ምግባር በሚያንስና ሁላችንም እጅ ለእጅ አያይዞ አንድ የሚያደርገንን ቅርስ በሚሆን መልኩ እንዲሆን ጽኑ ፍላጎታችን ነው። ታላቁ ንጉሳችን አፄ ቴዎድሮስ በዘመነ መሳፍንት ተከፋፍላ የነበረችውን ኢትዮጵያን መልሰው አንድ ለማድረግ መሰረቱን ጥለው እንዳለፉ ሁሉ ይህ የልጃቸው የልዑል ዓለማየሁ መታሰቢያ ቀንም በዘር ፖለቲካ ተከፋፍላ የመፍረስ አደጋ ያጋረጠባት ኢትዮጵያን ከዘር ፖለቲካ እጅ ለእጅ ተያይዘን ኢትዮጵያዊ ወንድማማችነትንና የኢትዮጵያን አንድነት እውን ለማድረግ ተስፋ የምንሰንቅበት እንዲሆን በአዘጋጅ ኮሚቴው ስም እመኛለሁ። ውድ እንግዶቻችን ጥሪያችንን አክብራችሁ ስለተገኛችሁልን በአዘጋጅ ኮሚቴው ስም በድጋሚ በጣም አመሰግናለሁ። የኃይለ ኢየሱስን ነፍስ ይማረልን። እንግሊዝኛ ማስተላለፍ ስላለብኝ ታገሱኝ። Esteemed Miss Giju Demse, close relative of His Highness Prince ዓለማየሁ Theodros. Distinguished Mr. Lemensisai OBE, renowned writer and historian Mr. Andrew Havens, Professor Daniel Fekadu, and all other distinguished speakers, respected elders, dear youth and children, heirs of the generation to come. It is with great honor and heartfelt joy that I welcome you all to this historic day of commemoration. Today, we have gathered here for the very first time to remember and honor the life of His Highness Prince ዓለማየሁ Theodros, the beloved son of great Emperor ቴዎድሮስ II, a child who was taken alone to a foreign land, who endured solitude and longing throughout his short life. On the day of Prince ዓለማየሁ's birth, Tuesday, April 23rd, 1861, Emperor ቴዎድሮስ II was overwhelmed with joy. To celebrate the birth of his long-awaited son and heir, he ordered that the first cannon ever made on Ethiopian soil at Gafat be fired. The sound of the cannon echoed across the mountains and valleys of Tabor, announcing to the world the birth of a prince and symbolizing the emperor's hope for Ethiopia's bright future. He named his newborn son ዓለማየሁ, meaning I am over the moon, I am overjoyed. A man born of joy and of vision. But that joy was short-lived. A diplomatic conflict between Emperor ቴዎድሮስ II and the British government soon escalated to war. As a result, the young prince, who lost both his father and mother in the tragedy, was taken from his homeland at the tender age of 7. From the moors of Ethiopia, from the mountain of Magdala, he was torn away, sent to the cold land of England to live alone, far from his family and people. His life, marked by loneliness and sorrow, ended at only 18 years old. Though words cannot scarcely capture the pain of his lonely journey, the life of Prince ዓለማየሁ remains forever etched in history, a symbol of dignity, of resilience, and of the deep cost of separation. It is a profound honor to have among us today Miss Giju Demse, a close relative of Prince ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ II, even closer to our heart. It is a profound honor to have among us today We are deeply grateful to Mr. Laman Sisai, OBE, for accepting our invitation and joining us despite your many commitments. We eagerly look forward to hearing your reflection. We also extend heartfelt appreciation to Mr. Andrew Evans, distinguished writer and journalist, who has authored a book on the life of Prince ዓለማየሁ. We are honored by your presence and by the words you will share with us today. To all other participating speakers, readers, poets, and performers, though I may not name each of you individually, please accept our most sincere gratitude for being with us and for contributing your talents to the occasion. To the fathers and mothers, the youth and the children gathered here today to commemorate the life of His Highness Prince ዓለማየሁ. You have not come alone as he once was. You have come together as families and community. And for your presence, we are truly thankful. Let today's commemoration not be marked by sorrow, but by reflection, gratitude, and inspiration. Let it be a day that teaches the next generation through history, through culture, and through moral heritage, the value of unity, dignity, and love of country. Just as Emperor ቴዎድሮስ II once laid the foundation of unity and united and divided Ethiopia during the era of the princes, may this day, in memory of his son, Prince ዓለማየሁ, inspire us to transcend the division of ethnicity and politics and to join hands in the spirit of Ethiopian brotherhood and unity. May this remembrance strengthen our shared identity as Ethiopians and renew our collective hope for a strong, united Ethiopia. On behalf of the organizing committee, I express my deepest gratitude to all our distinguished guests who have honored us with your presence today. May the soul of Haile Jesus rest in eternal peace. Thank you so much.
እናመሰግናለን። አቶ አገኘሁ መኮንን የአስተባባሪው ኮሚቴ ሊቀመንበር፣ እናመሰግናለን ስላቀረቡልን አጭር ንግግር። ሲል አቶ ዓለማየሁ መኮንን ለአገኘሁ መኮንን ይቅርታ፣ ታላቅ ጭብጨባ። በመቀጠል ስለ ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ አጭር የህይወት ታሪክ ለግንዛቤ ያህል ይቅርታ፣ የኮሚኒቲው ተወካይ አቶ ፈቃደ አለሙ አጭር ንግግር ያደርጉልናል። ወደ መድረክ
እንዴት ዋላችሁ? እሺ፣ እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ። አይናው እንግዲህ እያከበርን ያለነውና ያዘጋጀነው የልዑል ዓለማየሁን 146ኛ ዓመት የመታሰቢያ ቀን ነው። ይሁንና እዚህ ሀገር በስደት የመጣችሁ ሰዎች ብዙዎቻችሁ ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ ወደ ስደት ስትወጡ ያለው ስሜት ታውቁታላችሁ። ዓለማየሁን በዚህ መልክ ነው የምናስበው። ይህን ዝግጅትን የሚያዘጋጀ ነው። በዚህ መልክ ሁላችን እንድናስብና በቀጣይ ሌሎች ስራዎችን እንድንሰራ እንግዲህ የኢትዮጵያ ኮሚኒቲ የዚህ ዝግጅት አካል ሆኗል ማለት ነው። ስለዚህ እዚህ ጋር እንደምታዩት የኢትዮጵያ ኮሚኒቲ ኢን ብሪትን ኢሲቢ ላለፉት 40 ዓመታት እዚህ ውስጥ እንግዲህ አቶ ዓለማየሁ አይ ቲንክ ያያችሁ ይመስለኛል። እሳቸው ያሉ እኔ መናገር አልነበረብኝም። ሆኖም እንግዲህ መተካካት አይደለም። ዛሬ ደግሞ የኢትዮጵያ ኮሚኒቲ በማስተባበር ለጊዜው እኛ ስላለን በመድረክ ውስጥ ወጣን ልንናገር ይቻላል። በዚህ ምክንያት ነው። ይሁንና እዚህ ውስጥ ብዙዎቻችሁ በዚህ ኮሚኒቲ አማካኝነት እርዳታ አግኝታችኋል፣ ድጋፍ አግኝታችኋል። with that respect ዛሬ የኢትዮጵያ ኮሚኒቲ ኤኒ ሌተር ሲጽፍ የትኛውም ሰርቪስ ሰዎች በበጎ መልስ ያገኛሉ። ለምን 40 ዓመት ቀላል አይደለም፣ ብዙ ስራዎችን ሰርተዋል። ስለዚህ የልዑል ዓለማየሁን ዝግጅት የኢትዮጵያ ኮሚኒቲ ከዚህ አዘጋጅ ኮሚቴ ጋር በጋራ ስናዘጋጅ በቀጣይም እንዲህ አይነት ኢትዮጵያዊነትን የሚወክሉና በተለይ ደግሞ ስደተኛውን የሚመለከት ዝግጅቶችን አብረን በጋራ እናዘጋጃለን። ከዚህ በኋላ የሚኖራችሁ ኤኒ ፕሮጀክት ካላችሁ እባካችሁ በጋራ እናዘጋጅ፣ በጋራ እንዲህ መድረክ እንገናኝ፣ አብረን እንስራ፣ ሌሎች ስደተኞችን እንዲሁም ደግሞ ኢትዮጵያውያንን መርዳት ያለብን ስራዎች እንስራ ማለት ነው። በዚህ አጋጣሚ እንግዲህ በሳምንት 2 ቀን ከሚቀጥለው ማክሰኞ ጀምሮ ማክሰኞና ሐሙስ ከሰዓት የትኛውንም ኢትዮጵያዊ የተመለከተ የነፃ ሰርቪሶችን በይፋ እንጀምራለን። ስለዚህ ኤኒዋን እዚህ ሀገር የምታውቁት ሰው ካለ እንዲህ አይነት ሰርቪሶችን በነፃ እንዲያገኝና እንዲህ አይነት ፕሮጀክቶችን ደግሞ ኮኔክት እንድናደርግ እላለሁኝ። የወላኪ የኔ ስፒች እንግዲህ በወረቀት አይደለም በቃል ነው። ስለዚህ ዮሴፍ መልካም ቆይታ።
እሺ አቶ ፈቃደ አለሙ እናመሰግናለን። ለአቶ ፈቃደ አለሙ ጭብጨባ። በመቀጠል ከአስተባባሪ ኮሚቴው የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ አጭር የህይወት ታሪክ ለግንዛቤ ያህል ከአስተባባሪ ኮሚቴ አቶ መንገሻ መልኬ ሊያቀርቡልን ወደ መድረክ ጋብዛለሁ። አቶ መንገሻ መልኬ ወደ መድረክ።
የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ 146ኛ ለተረፉ መታሰቢያ ዝግጅት ከኢትዮጵያ ተራድኦ ማህበር በብሪታንያ ሀገራት በመተባበር የተዘጋጀ የጻድቅ ሰው መታሰቢያ ለዘላለም ይኖራል። መዝሙር 111:6 የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ ለኢትዮጵያ አጭር ታሪክ ከ1853 እስከ 1871 ዓ.ም የልዑል ዓለማየሁ አባት ዳግማዊ አፄ ቴዎድሮስ ንጉሠ ነገሥት ዘኢትዮጵያ በሀገር ውስጥና በውጭ ሀገር ቅንብር የተነሳውን ኢትዮጵያን የሚያፈርስ ጠላት ሁሉ ድል አድርገው ታሪካቸውን በኢትዮጵያ አንድነት ማማ ላይ የገነቡ ዘመናዊ ኢትዮጵያን በጠንካራ መሠረት ላይ ያቆሙ ለሀገርና ለሕዝብ የሚጠቅም ሰፊ ዓላማና ራዕይ ሰንቀው የተነሱ በዘመናቸው ከነበረው ትውልድ ያስተሳሰብ ልዕቀትና ርቀት የነበራቸው ለኢትዮጵያ ብቻ ሳይሆን የአፍሪካ ኩራትና ስመገናና ሆነው ያለፉ ንጉሥ ናቸው። አፄ ቴዎድሮስ ከዘመነ ንግስናቸው በፊት ሆነ በኋላ 5 ልጆችን እንደወለዱ የተረጋገጠ ሲሆን በትግል ዘመናቸው አብረው ሲወጡና ሲወርዱ በኋላም በሥርዓተ ንግስናቸው ባለቤታቸው ከእቴጌ ተዋበች ልጅ አልወለዱ። እጅግ የሚወዳቸው የንግስና ባለቤታቸው እቴጌ ተዋበች በድንገት ሕመም በማረፋቸው ሐዘናቸውን ለፈጣሪያቸው ካሰሙ በኋላ እንደገና ከአፄ ፋሲል የዘር ሐረግ ከሚወለዱት በዘመነ መሳፍንት ገናና ስም ከነበራቸውና የበጌ ምድር መስፍን ከነበሩት ከደጃዝማቹ የኃይለ ማርያም ልጅ ወጣቷ እቴጌ ጥሩ ወርቅ ውቤ በታላቅ ንጉሳዊ ማዕረግ ካገቡ በኋላ የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ ዕለተ ጽንስ ልደትና የሕይወት ታሪክ መነሻ ከዚህ ጋብቻ ቀጥሎ ይጀምራል። ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ከአባታቸው ንጉሠ ነገሥት አፄ ቴዎድሮስ ዳግማዊና ከእቴጌ ጥሩ ወርቅ ውቤ ኃይለ ማርያም ሚያዝያ 16 ቀን 1853 ዓ.ም በጎንደር ጠቅላይ ግዛት በደብረ ታቦር ከተማ በደብረ ልዑል መድኃኔዓለም ደብር ተወለዱ። ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ሲወለዱ ጊዜው ዘመነ መሳፍንት የአንድ ክፍለ ዘመን የእርስ በርስ እልቂት የተቋጨበት ከብዙ ድካም በኋላ የኢትዮጵያ አንድነት መሠረት የተጣለበት ወደ ስልጣንና እድገት ትኩረት የተደረገበት የደስታ ዘመን ላይ በመወለዳቸው በንጉሱ ዘንድ እጅግ ከፍተኛ ደስታ የታየበት ዘመን በሆኑ በደብረ ታቦር ከተማ የደስታ መግለጫ መድፍ ተተኩሷል። የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ ልደት ስናስብ አሰቃቂና ጎታች የሆነውን የታሪክ አሻራ ያለውን የዘመነ መሳፍንት ጦርነት ከስሞ ኢትዮጵያ ወደ ቀደመ የግዛት አንድነት የተሸጋገረችበት የመጀመሪያው የብረታ ብረት ኢንዱስትሪ ከብረታ ታቦር ጋፋት ላይ የተሰራበት እንግሊዝን ጨምሮ ከውጭ ሀገር ታላላቅ መንግስታት ጋር አዲስ ዲፕሎማሲያዊ ግንኙነት የተጀመረበት ወቅት ነበር። ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ እስከ 7 ዓመታቸው ድረስ በአባታቸውና በእናታቸው እቅፍ ከቆዩ በኋላ በመቅደላ ጦርነት ምክንያት ልደታቸውን በታላቅ ደስታ የተቀበለቻቸው ምድር መራር የሆነ ሐዘን እንዲጋፈጡ ጋበዘቻቸው። በመሆኑም ልዑል ዓለማየሁ የሕይወት ታሪክ ስንዘክር በአፄ ቴዎድሮስ ንጉሠ ነገሥትና በእንግሊዝ ንግሥት ቪክቶሪያ ጦር መካከል መቅደላ አፋፍ ላይ በ1960 ዓ.ም የተደረገውን ጦርነት በመጠኑም መዳሰስ ያስፈልጋል። አፄ ቴዎድሮስ በሀገር ውስጥና በየክፍለ ሀገሩ የተነሳውን የዘመነ መሳፍንት የእርስ በርስ ጦርነትና የኃይል የበላይነት ለመፍጠር የሚደረገውን አስቸጋሪ ውዝግብ በብዙ ብልክ አስጨራሽ ድካም ከደመሰሱ በኋላ ከሀገራቸው ኢትዮጵያ ግዛት አንድነት ላይ የተከበረ ዘመናዊ አስተዳደር፣ ፍትህ፣ ርትዕ የሰፈነባት የስልጣን እድገትና የብልጽግና የበለጸገባት ኢትዮጵያን መፍጠር ጽኑ ዓላማቸው ነበር። ስለዚህ ለዚህ ዓላማቸው መሳካት በየጊዜው ከዓለም ከተቆጣጠረችው በሁለንተናዊ መልኩ ኃያል ከነበረች በዚያን ዘመን አነጋገር በእንግሊዝ ምድር ፀሐይ አትጠልቅም ተብሎ በሚታመንበት ታላቋ እንግሊዝ ሀገር ለንግሥት ቪክቶሪያ ወዳጅነትን ማድረግ ለሀገራቸው እድገት የሚበጅ ለዓላማቸው መሳካት ቁልፍ ሚና የሚጫወት መሆኑን በመረዳት ለወዳጅነት የሚያበቁ ደብዳቤዎችን በመጻጻፍ የክብር ስጦታ በመለዋወጥ ተስፋ የተጣለበት አጭር ጊዜያትን ያስቆጠረ ግንኙነት አድርገዋል። አፄ ቴዎድሮስ ለመጨረሻ ጊዜ ለንግሥት ቪክቶሪያ የጻፉት ደብዳቤ በወቅቱ ሳይደርስ ነገር ግን ደብዳቤው እንደደረሰና ምላሽ እንደተነፈጋቸው ሆኖ የተሳሳተ መረጃ የደረሳቸው ሲሆን በዚህም ሳቢያ የሚፈልጉት የወዳጅነት ጥያቄ ምላሽ ከተጠበቀው ጊዜ በላይ በመዘግየቱና ለዚህም ጉዳይ በኢትዮጵያ የነበሩትን የእንግሊዝ መልክተኞች በኃላፊነት ተጠያቂ አድርገው በማሰራቸው ምክንያት በተነሳ ውዝግብ የተፈጠረው የመቅደላ ጦርነት ማስታወስ የልዑል ዓለማየሁ የሕይወት ታሪክ ውስጥ ከፍተኛ ገጽታ ያለው ነው። መቅደላ ጦርነት በአፍሪካ ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ የኢትዮጵያ ንጉሥ በዓለም ላይ ገና የነበረችውን የእንግሊዝ መልክተኞች አስረው ለፍርድ ያቀረቡበት ዘመን ነው። በወቅቱ ዓለም የተቆጣጠረችው ስልጡን ወታደር ዘመናዊ የጦር መሳሪያ ከታጠቀች የእንግሊዝ ሀገር ጋር በግንባር የተደረገ ታሪካዊ ጦርነት ነው። ይህ የመቅደላ ጦርነት የንጉሱን ጽናት ይበልጥ ጎልቶ የወጣበት በኢትዮጵያ ታሪክ ምዕራፍ ውስጥ ጉልህ ሚና ያለው ጦርነት ቢሆንም በመጨረሻ የኃይሉ ሚዛን በእንግሊዝ እጅ ስለወደቀ እንደ ፊት አውራሪ ገብርዬ የመሳሰሉ ጀግኖች ከተሰዉ በኋላ ንጉሠ ነገሥት አፄ ቴዎድሮስ ተሸናፊነትን አልቀበልም በሚል ጠንካራ አቋም ለኢትዮጵያ የተማራኪነትና የተሸናፊነትን ታሪክ አሻራ ከማስረከብ ይልቅ የወገባቸውን ሽጉጥ መዘው ራሳቸውን ተኩሰው በመግደል በምትኩ የአሸናፊነት ታሪክ ሆኖ እንዲቆጠር በማድረግ በወሰዱት ቆራጥ እርምጃ የተጠናቀቀ ጦርነት ነው። ከመቅደላ ጦርነት ፍጻሜ በኋላ በንጉሠ ነገሥቱ ልጅ ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ እና በእናታቸው በእቴጌ ጥሩ ወርቅ ውቤ ላይ የመከራ ጥላ አንዣበበ። የእንግሊዝ ወታደር በመቅደላ መድኃኔዓለም አዳራሽ የተሰበሰበውን የኢትዮጵያ ጥንታዊ በወርቅ የተሰሩ ታቦታተ ሕግን፣ የነገስታት ዘውዶችን፣ የንጉሥ የጀግንነት የክብር ልብስ፣ በዝሆን ጥርስ የተጌጡ ጎራዴዎችንና ጋሻዎችን፣ እጅግ ውድ የሆኑ የብራና መጽሐፍን፣ በጠቅላላው ዋጋ ገምቶ ሊወስናቸው የማይችል ውድ የሀገራችን ሀብት ሁሉ በ250 በቅሎች እና በ15 ዝሆኖች ከጫኑ በኋላ ቀሪውን ሀብትና ንብረት የመቅደላ አንባ በጉም የተሸፈነ እስኪመስል ድረስ ሙሉ ለሙሉ አቃጥለው አወደሙት። ልዑል ዓለማየሁ በተወለዱ በ7 ዓመታቸው ከእናታቸው ከእቴጌ ጥሩ ወርቅ ጋር በአባታቸው ፋንታ የጦር ምርኮኛ ሆነው ጉዞ ወደ እንግሊዝ ሀገር ተደረገ። ከመቅደላ እስከ ሱዳን ጠረፍ መዳረሻ ድረስ ጉዞ ካደረጉ በኋላ የልዑል ዓለማየሁ እናት እቴጌ ጥሩ ወርቅ በድንገት በጠና ታመው ልጃቸው ለእንግሊዙ የጦር መሪ ጄኔራል ሮበርት ናፒር በኑዛዜ መልክ አደራ ከሰጥተው ከሀገራቸው መሬት ሳይወጡ በተወለዱ በ25 ዓመት የህይወት ዘመናቸው ፍጻሜ ሆኖ ትግራይ ውስጥ በሚገኝ ጨለቆት ስላሴ ደብር ውስጥ ተቀበሩ። የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ሰቆቃ እየበረታና እየጠነከረ መጣ። ልዑሉ አይናቸው እያየ አባታቸውና እናታቸው በአንድ ወር ባልሞላ ጊዜ ውስጥ አጡ። ሀዘናቸውም እጥፍ ድርብ ሆነ። ቁልምጡ የንጉሠ ነገሥት ቴዎድሮስ ልጅ ብቻቸውን ቀሩ። በወቅቱ አማርኛ ቀላጥፎ ይናገር የነበረው እንግሊዛዊ ካፒቴን ስፒዲ በስተቀር ሌላ የኔ የሚሉት የቅርብ ዘመድ አላገኙም ነበር። ባይታወሩ ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ የጦር ምርኮኛ ሆነው ረጅሙን ጉዞ አጠናቀው እንግሊዝ ሀገር ገቡ። አማርኛ ተናጋሪ ካፒቴን ስፒድን ለንግስት ቪክቶሪያ አስተዋወቃቸው። ንግስቷም የልዑሉን ያማረ ደም ግባት በሕፃንነት እድሜያቸው አባት እናታቸው ከማጣቻቸው ጋር አገናዝበው ልዩ የተወደደ ቀረቤታ አደረጉላቸው። ንግስቷም ልዑል ዓለማየሁ በሞግዚትነት በካፒቴን ስፒዲ እጅ እንዲቆይ ተገቢ እንክብካቤ እንዲደረግላቸው ትእዛዝ ሰጡ። ልዑል ዓለማየሁ በፈለጉበት ጊዜ ሁሉ ወደ ቤተመንግሥት እየሄዱ ከንግስት ቪክቶሪያ ጋር የመገናኘት እድልም ተሰጥቷቸው ነበር። ንግስት ቪክቶሪያም ዛሬ ከተወዳጁ ዓለማየሁ ጋር ምሳ በላን በማለት የጻፉት ታሪክ ተጠቃሽ ከማድረግ ጋር ልዑል ዓለማየሁም በበኩላቸው በቆዳ ቀለም ምክንያት ሕዝብ አብልጦ እንደሚያቸው የደረሰባቸው ሰቀቀን ለንግስቲቷ መናገራቸው በታሪክ ተዘግቧል። ልዑል ዓለማየሁ በእንግሊዝ ሀገር በኖሩበት ዘመን ውስጥ ከኢትዮጵያ ከእናታቸው እናት በወይዘሮ ሊያቃዬ የናፍቆት ሰላምታ የሚሰጥ መቼ ነው ወደ ሀገርህ የምትመለስ የሚጠይቅ እንደዚሁም ለንግስት ቪክቶሪያ እንደ ልጃቸው አድርገው እንዲያሳደጉት የሚማፀን ደብዳቤ የደረሳቸው ቢሆንም ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ለዚህ ደብዳቤ ምላሽ መስጠታቸው የታወቀ ነገር የለም። እንዲያውም በአንዳንድ የታሪክ ጸሐፍት ከዘመዶቻቸው ጋር ምንም አይነት የደብዳቤ ልውውጥ ማድረግ እንደማይችሉ ማዕቀብ እንደተደረገባቸው አረጋግጠው ጽፈዋል። ቀጥሎም አሳዳጊያቸው ካፒቴን ስፒዲ በስራ ምክንያት ወደ ህንድ ሲዛወር ልዑል ዓለማየሁ አብረው ወደ ህንድ ሀገር ሄደው ለትንሽ ጊዜያት የቆዩ ቢሆንም የእንግሊዝ መንግስት ፓርላመንት በጉዳዩ ላይ ተወያይቶ ልዑል ዓለማየሁ በአስቸኳይ ወደ እንግሊዝ ሀገር እንዲመለሱና ትምህርታቸውን እንዲከታተሉ ውሳኔ አሳለፈ። ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ በመንግስት ልዩ ትእዛዝ ወደ እንግሊዝ ሀገር መጥተው ሎከር ፓርክ በሚባል ትምህርት ቤት የመጀመሪያ ደረጃ ትምህርታቸውን ሲከታተሉ ቆይተው እንደገና ወደ ቻልታም ተዛውረው በቀጣይ ትምህርታቸው ላይ ከቆዩ በኋላ ያላቸው ዝንባሌ ተጠንቶ ራግቢ ስኩል ገብተው ስፖርታዊ ትምህርት ተምረዋል። ቀጥሎም ሮያል አርሚ ኮሌጅ ገብተው የመጀመሪያ ጥቁር አፍሪካዊ ተማሪ ሆነው የወታደራዊ ሳይንስ ስልጠናና ትምህርት ተከታትለዋል። ሆኖም በወቅቱ በደረሰባቸው የቆዳ ቀለም ልዩነት ሰቀቀን ምክንያት ደስተኛ አለመሆናቸው ታውቆ ደቡባዊ ምዕራብ ኢንግላንድ ሊድስ ተብሎ ወደሚጠራው ከተማ ተዛውረው ሴሌር ራንሰም በሚባል መምህር አማካኝነት የቤት ውስጥ ትምህርታቸውን እየተከታተሉ ባሉበት ወቅት ባደረባቸው የሳንባ ምች ህመም ምክንያት ለ6 ሳምንታት በሕክምና ሲረዱ ቆይተው በተወለዱ በ18 ዓመታቸው በህዳር ወር 1871 ዓ.ም ከዚህ ዓለም በሞት ተለዩ። ቀብራቸው በንግስት ቪክቶሪያ ትእዛዝ የወታደራዊ ስነ ስርዓት በታላቁ ዊንዘር ቤተመንግሥት በክብር ከተፈጸመ ነው ዛሬ 146ኛ ዓመት ተቆጠረ። ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ አባታቸውና እናታቸው በሞት ከተለዩ ጀምሮ ቋንቋቸውን በማያውቁ በቆዳ ቀለም በማይመስሏቸው ሰዎች እጅ ወድቀው የሀገራቸውን ባህል፣ ቋንቋ፣ የአየር ንብረትና የቅርብ ዘመድ አዝማድ ሁሉ ጥለው ኢትዮጵያን ዘውዳዊ ስርዓት ወክለው የጦር ምርኮኛ ሆነው በእንግሊዝ ሀገር እንዲኖሩ የተገደዱ እጅግ ውስብስብና አሳዛኝ በሆነ የህይወት ጉዞ ውስጥ ያለፉ በእንግሊዝ ሀገር የመጀመሪያው ጥቁር ኢትዮጵያዊ ምንም የቅርብ ታማኝ አማካሪ ዘመድ ያጡ እጅግ አስከፊና በጣም ደስተኛ ያልሆነ ህይወት በብቸኝነት የገፉ ልዑል ናቸው። ልዑል ዓለማየሁ በታሪክ እጅግ ብዙ ምርምር የሚጠይቅ ተጽፎ ያልተቋጨ ተነቦ ያላለቀ መጽሐፍ ነው። ዓለም በነጮች የበላይነት ቁጥጥር ስር በወደቀችበት ወቅት ጥቁር ሰው ለነጭ አገልጋይ ሆኖ ተፈጠረ ብሎ በሚታመንበት የፍልስፍና ዘመን ውስጥ አንድ ጥቁር ሰው በነጮች መካከል የጦር ምርኮኛ ሆኖ ማደግ ብዙ የስነ ልቦና በደልን፣ የአእምሮ ቁስልና ሰቀቀንን ተሸክሞ ያደገና እንደተሸከመ የተቀበረ ልዑል መሆኑን መገንዘብ አለብን። በመሆኑም የሚባለው ሁሉ ሰፊ የኢትዮጵያ ታሪክ ተሸክሞ ለረጅም ጊዜ የተዘነጋውን የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ ዕለተ ዕረፍት ዝግጅት ላይ የተሳተፋችሁ ኢትዮጵያውያን ሁሉ ከፍተኛውን የሀገራችሁን ታሪክ አሻራ በኢትዮጵያዊ ስሜትና አንድነት በመዘከራችሁ ትልቅ ክብርና ኩራት ሊሰማችሁ ይገባል። ወደፊት የታሪኩን ታላቅነት በማውሳት ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ከንግሥት ቪክቶሪያ ጋር የነበራቸውን ቀረቤታ በማገናዘብ ከሁሉም በላይ በመከራም ሆነ በደስታ ኢትዮጵያ ከእንግሊዝ ሀገር ጋር ያላትን የጠበቀ ታሪካዊ ግንኙነት አጉልቶ በማሳየት ልዑል ዓለማየሁ በእንግሊዝ ሀገር ታሪካቸውን አጉልቶ በሚያሳይ መልኩ ሊሰሩ የሚገባቸውን ቋሚ ገላጭና ቀጣይነት ያላቸው ተግባራትን ለማከናወን እቅድ የተያዘ በመሆኑ ለዚህ ሁሉ የኢትዮጵያውያን አንድነትና ትብብር ወሳኝ ሚና እንዳለው በአጽንኦት ለማሳሰብ እንወዳለን። በመጨረሻም በዚህ ታሪካዊ መታሰቢያ በሁለንተናዊ መልኩ የተሳተፋችሁ ሁሉ የኢትዮጵያ አንድነት መሠረት በሆኑት በገናናው ንጉሳችን ዳግማዊ አፄ ቴዎድሮስ እንዲሁም በልጃቸው በልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ ከሁሉም በላይ ሁሉም በፈጠረ ሁሉንም ባዘጋጀ ለዚህ ሰዓትን ላደረሰን ፈጣሪ ስም የአፄ ቴዎድሮስ ትውልዶች የኢትዮጵያ ኦርቶዶክስ ተዋህዶ ቤተክርስቲያን እንዲሁም የኢትዮጵያ ተራድኦ ማህበር በብሪታንያ በዚህም ታሪካዊ ዕለት ለተገኙ የታሪክ ጠበብት የሥነ ልቦና ምሁራንና ከያንያን ሁሉም ኢትዮጵያውያን በሙሉ በአስተባባሪ ኮሚቴ ወክለን ምስጋና እንድናቀርብ እድል ስላገኘን ከፍተኛ የሆነ ታላቅ ደስታ ይሰማናል። ፈጣሪያችን እግዚአብሔር የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስን ነፍስ በደጋጎቹ ቅዱሳን አባቶቻችን ገቢ ያሳርፍልን። አሜን። ህዳር 6 ቀን 2018 ዓመተ ምህረት ለንደን ዩናይትድ ኪንግደም።
እሺ እናመሰግናለን አቶ መንገሻ መልኬ የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስን ታሪክ በአጭሩ ስላቀረቡልን። እስቲ ለአቶ መንገሻ መልኬ ጭብጨባ። በመቀጠል ዛሬ ልዩ በሆነው የልዑል ዓለማየሁ 146ኛ ዓመት የመታሰቢያ ዝግጅት ላይ ስለተገኛችሁ ክቡራትና ክቡራን እንግዶቻችን በቅድሚያ እጅግ አድርገን እናመሰግናለን። በመቀጠል ለዚሁ መታሰቢያ ተብሎ የተዘጋጀ በኢትዮጵያ ኮሚኒቲ አማካይነት የጸበል ጻድቅ ተዘጋጅቷልና ቀጥለን ወደዛ የምንሄድ ይሆናል። እናመሰግናለን።
Thank you very much for everything. Finally, we've been waiting for a while, so lunch is ready. So we'll make you lunch. So we'll make start for the first work, you don't mind? Yes. Lunch is served.
የቴዎድሮስን አጽም ካረፈበት ቤተመንግሥት በመገኘት በኢትዮጵያ ኦርቶዶክስ ተዋህዶ ቤተክርስቲያን ሥርዓትና ደንብ መሠረት ጸሎትና ፍትሐት እንዲደረግላቸው አድርገዋል። አሁን እየተከታተላችሁ ያላችሁት የዚህን የመታሰቢያ ዝግጅት አካል የሆነውን ህዝባዊ ስብሰባ ነው። በዚህ ዝግጅት ላይ የታሪክ ተመራማሪዎቹ፣ የሥነ ልቦናና የኪነ ጥበብ ባለሙያዎች የባይተዋሩን ልዑል የግዞት ሕይወት ምልከታቸውን እያካፈሉ ነው። የተከበራችሁ ክቡራትና ክቡራን ይህንን ቪዲዮ ኢትዮጵያውያንና ትውልደ ኢትዮጵያውያን ባሉበት ቦታ ላይ ታጋሩልን ስንል በአክብሮት ግብዣችን ነው። ትልቅ ነበርን፣ ትልቅም እንሆናለን።
Hi, Daniel, can you hear me? Hello? Hi, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
ይሰማል?
ይሰማኛል።
እሺ እንግዲህ ቀጥል ካልከ ይቀጥላለሁ። ወንድሜ መንገሻ አቤት ይሰማል? ይሰማል?
ይሰማኛል።
እሰማለሁ።
እኔ ይሰማኛል። አዎ
እሺ ቀጥል ትለኛለህ በቀጠል ሲኖርብኝ?
አትሰማኝም?
እሺ አሁን ትሰማለህ?
አሁን ይሰማኛል።
እሺ ልቀጥል? ልቀጥል? አንድ ሁለት ሶስት እኔ አይሰማኝም።
አይሰማኝም።
ለእኔ አይሰማኝም። እናንተ ይሰማችኋል? አንድ ሁለት ሶስት እኔ አልሰማም። መንገሻ ስልክ ላይ ነህ እንዴ? አንድ ሁለት ሶስት ይሰማል?
Because you take schema to the fourth generation. I'll show you some.
ለእኔ ይሰማኛል አሁን። አዎ እሺ 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 ይሰማለሁ። እሺ እግዚአብሔር ይስጥልኝ። በመጀመሪያ ደረጃ በዚህ በተከበረ ዕለት ይህን በመሰለ ታሪካዊና መንፈሳዊ ዝግጅት የአያቴን ታናሽና ብርቅዬ ወንድም የስደተኛውን የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ 146ኛ ዓመታዊ መታሰቢያ በዓል ላይ በመገኘት የቤትና የቤተሰቤን መልእክት ለማስተላለፍ በመቻሌ የተሰማኝን ደስታ እየገለጽኩ ይሄንን ዝግጅት እንዲሆን ያደረጋችሁ በዓሉ አዘጋጅ ኮሚቴዎች፣ ድርጅቶችን በአጠቃላይ በዝግጅቱ የተሳተፋችሁትን ሁሉ አክብራችሁ የተገኛችሁትን ሁሉ ከልብ አመሰግናለሁ። እግዚአብሔር ይስጥልኝ ይላለሁ። እንግዲህ የቤተሰቤን መልእክትና የኔን ሀሳብ ከመግለጼ በፊት በትንሹም ቢሆን ራሴንና ቤተሰቤን በማስተዋወቅ ንግግሬን እንድጀምር ይፈቀድልኝ። እኔ ስሜ አያሌው ካሳ ይባላል። አያሌው ካሳ መሸሻ ወይም በቤት ስሜ አያልሰው ካሳ እባላለሁ። የምኖረው በጀርመን ሀገር ነው። ክቡር አባቴና ጌታዬ ደጃዝማች ካሳ መሸሻ የታላቁ ንጉሥ የበኩር ልጅ የራስ መሸሻ ቴዎድሮስ ልጅ ናቸው። የራስ መሸሻ ቴዎድሮስ እናት ደግሞ የአፄ ቴዎድሮስ ባለሟል የነበሩት አብረዋቸው በመቅደላ የወደቁት የራስ እንግዳ ልጅ ነበሩ። ራስ እንግዳ የታላቁ ንጉሥ የአፄ ቴዎድሮስ አማካሪ ባለሟል በኋላም የጦር መሪ ነበሩ። አያቴ ራስ መሸሻ በእንግሊዝ ጦርነት ጊዜ ወጣት የነበሩ የወጣት የጦር መሪ የነበሩ የጦር ወታደር የነበሩ ከአባታቸው ጎን ተሰልፈው የተፋለሙ ጀግና ሰው ነበሩ። ከዛ በኋላ ከጦርነትም በኋላ በተሰማቸው ሐዘን በነበረው ሁኔታ በአፄ ምኒልክ ጊዜ ወደ ቋራ ግዛት በመመለስ የአባቶቻቸውን ርስት ተቀብለው የቋራን አካባቢ ያስተዳድሩ የነበሩ ንቁ ጀግና አያት ነበሩ። ሐዘኑም ከተረጋጋ በኋላ የአባታቸውን አስከሬን የታላቁን ንጉሥ የታላቁን አባታችን የአፄ ቴዎድሮስን አስከሬን በመያዝ ወደ ደረስጌ ማርያም በማምጣት የታላቁ መሪ አስከሬን በክብር ለዘላለም እንዲያርፍ ያደረጉ አባት ነበሩ አያታችን። ክቡር አባቴ ደጃዝማች ካሳ መሸሻም የአያታቸውን እና የአባታቸውን አደራ የተቀበሉ በጣሊያን ጊዜ በአርበኝነት የታገሉ በዚህም ጦርነት ብዙ ጊዜ የቆሰሉ ለእናት ሀገራቸው ደማቸውን ያፈሰሱ ጀግና አባት ነበሩ። አገሪቱ ሰላም በሆነችና በተረጋጋችበት ጊዜም በቀዳማዊ ኃይለ ሥላሴ ጊዜ የጎንደር ከተማና ዙሪያውን አስተዳዳሪ በመሆን በመልካም አስተዳዳሪነታቸው የተመሰገኑ በአርበኝነታቸው ደግሞ ከኢትዮጵያ መንግስትና ከእንግሊዝ መንግስት በጸረ ጣሊያን ፋሽስት ጣሊያን ጀብዳቸው ሜዳሊያና ልዩ ልዩ ሰርቲፊኬቶችን ሽልማቶችን ያገኙ አባታችን ነበሩ። ክቡር አባቴ 11 ልጆች የነበሯቸው ሲሆን እኔ መጨረሻውና 11ኛው ልጃቸው ነኝ። በአሁኑ ወቅት ታላቅ እህቴ ወይዘሮ አበበች ካሳ፣ ታላቅ ወንድሜ ልጅ መሸሻ ካሳ፣ ታላቅ እህቴ ወይዘሮ ባንቻ አምላክ በሶስተኛው ትውልድ ዘርፍ ያለን ስንሆን በህይወት ያለን ስንሆን ሌሎች እህትና ወንድሞቼ ከዚህ ዓለም አልፈዋል፣ በህይወት የሉም። ቢሆንም ግን በአራተኛው ትውልድና ከዛ በታች በርከት ያሉ ቤተሰቦቻችን በዓለም ዙሪያና በሀገራችን በኢትዮጵያ ይኖራሉ። ዛሬ ቤተሰባችንን ወክለን እዚህ ከናንተ ጋር እንድንገኝ የተወሰነው ሁለት ሰዎች ነበር። አንዱ እኔ ሲሆን ሁለተኛው ምናልባት በሀገራዊ ፖለቲካ ተሳትፎ የምታውቁት አቶ አብዩ በለው ከአራተኛው ትውልድ ተወካይ ነበር። ነገር ግን በአንዳንድ ችግሮችና የስራ ጫና ምክንያት አቶ አብዩ ዛሬ ሊገኝ ባለመቻሉ እናንተን ይቅርታ እንድጠይቅለት አደራ ብሎኛል። እንግዲህ ስለ ቤተሰቤ ይሄን ካልኩ በኋላ የቤተሰብን አደራና መልእክት ከዚህ በመቀጠል ደግሞ ላስተላልፍ እሞክራለሁ። አፄ ቴዎድሮስ ወይም በበፊት ስማቸው መይሳው ካሳ፣ ደጃዝማች ካሳ የህዝባቸው ሰቆቃ ግፍ በዘመኑ መሳፍንት ሲበዛ የሀገራቸው ታላቅነት ሲሸረሸርና ሲወድቅ በማየታቸው ግፍን አምርረው በመቃወም የተነሱ ታላቅ መሪ ነበሩ። ታሪካቸው የሚያስረዳን ይሄን ነው እንጂ ንግስናን በዘር ንግስናን በሽልማት ወይም በሹመት ያገኙት አልነበረም። የሀገራችን ውድቀት ዛሬ ታዲያ የሀገራችን ውድቀት በዘር በመከፋፈል ህዝባችን የተለያዩ ግሩፖች በሴራ ተደራጅተው ህዝባችን ላይ ግፍ ባበዙበት ጊዜ ሀገራችን እንደገና ዳግማዊ ቴዎድሮስን የምትጠራ ይመስላል እና ዳግማዊ ቴዎድሮስን የምትፈልግ ይመስላል እና ውድ ወገኖቻችን ዛሬ እናንተ ኢትዮጵያውያን እኛ ኢትዮጵያውያን የሀገራችን እንዲመበደል የሀገራችን አንድነት እንዲመሸርሸር የሚቆረቁረን የሀገራችን ገናናነት የምንመኘውን ያህል ያልሆነልን ሰዎች የመይሳው ካሳ የመንፈስ ልጆች መሆናችን እንዳንረሳ ቤተሰባችን አደራ ይላል። ይህንን አስተሳሰብ የሀገራችንን ገናናነት የህዝባችን ግን ግፍ በቃ ለማለት የምንነሳ ሁሉ የአፄ ቴዎድሮስ የመይሳው ካሳ የመንፈስ ልጆች መሆናችን እንዳንዘነጋ ቤተሰባችን አበክሮ አደራ ይላል። ጀግና ህዝብ፣ ሞራሉ ከፍ ያለ ህዝብ ጀግና መሪ ይፈጥራልና የሁላችንም ጀግንነት የአባቶቻችን ጊዜ እንደሚመልሰውና አገራችን መልሰን ወደ በላይነቷን እንደምናመጣት የኛ ቤተሰብ በጽኑ ያምናልና ሁላችንም በዚሁ መንፈስ ለሀገራችን እንድንሰራ ቤተሰባችን አጥብቆ አደራ ያሳስባል። ይህ ከሆነ በእንደዚህ አይነት ህዝባዊ ተሳትፎ ትግላችን ከቀጠለ በአጭር ጊዜ ውስጥ የተወሰዱብንን ቅርሶቻችንን መልሰን የስደተኛው ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ከማለት ይልቅ የልዑል ዓለማየሁን አስከሬን ወደ ሀገሩ መልሰን ከአባቱ ጎን እንደምናሳርፈው ጽኑ እምነታችን ነውና የሁላችንም ተሳትፎ በዚሁ መልኩ እንዲቀጥል አደራ ይላል ቤተሰቡ። ከዚህ በኋላ እኛም ሁላችሁም በምታደርጉት በማንኛውም አይነት ህዝባዊ በሆነ የፖለቲካ የሴራ ፖለቲካ ባልታከለበት ህዝባዊ ተሳትፎ ባለበት ይሄንን ነገር በማስቀጠል መልኩ የኛ ተሳትፎም ከጎናችሁ እንደሚሆን ቃል እንገባለን። ስለተደረገልኝ ግብዣ ከልብ እንደገና እያመሰገንኩ ሁላችሁንም ለዚህ ዝግጅት ጥረት ያደረጋችሁትን ሁሉ ከልብ እያመሰገን የአጎታችን የልዑላችን የስደተኛውን የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስን ነፍስ በአጸደ ገነት እንዲያኖርልን አምላካችንን እየለመን ምስጋናዬን እየቀጠልኩ በዚሁ መልእክቴን እጨርሳለሁ። አመሰግናለሁ።
ፕሮፌሰር ይሰማል ድምጼ? ፕሮፌሰር ይሰማል?
ይሰማኛል። ሰማኛለ።
So the next one is to invite the youth. So yes, the youth to come along and present their reflections and thoughts on Prince ዓለማየሁ legacy. If they could come now, please welcome the children, the youth. Where are they? So they're going to explain what they've done for us. I think they've written letter as if he was alive now, or picture, paint, etc. Just explain that.
So we prepared, this is a painting that I've done to commemorate Prince ዓለማየሁ, and I have a poem as well. My sister has a speech on what he might have done if he was alive, and my two brothers have a letter book in Arabic and English.
Thank you.
እኔ ለልዑል ዓለማየሁ የተጻፈ ደብዳቤ ነው የማነበው። የተከበርከው ውድ ልዑል ዓለማየሁ፣ ዛሬ እኛ ወገኖች በፍቅር ተሰብስበን ያቺን ከዚህ ዓለም ያረፍክባትን ያከበርን እንገኛለን። በጣም ትንሽ ሆነ ሀገርህን በወጣትነት ደግሞ ብዙ ነገሮች መለወጥና ማድረግ የምትችልበት ጊዜ ሲቃርብ ከዚህ ዓለም በመለየት ትልቅ ሐዘንና ቁጭትን ቢሰማንም ልናሳውቅ የምንፈልገው ታሪክ እንደ መብራት በልባችን የበራ እንድንኖር ነው። እኛ በውጭ ሀገር የተወለድን ልጆች አንተን በተለየ መልኩ የምንወድና የምናከብር በልዑልነትና የጀግናው ንጉሥ የአፄ ቴዎድሮስ ልጅ በመሆን ብቻ ሳይሆን ከቤተሰቦቻቸው፣ ከሀገራቸው፣ ከባህላቸው ተነጥሎ በዓለም የተሰደዱ ሕፃናት መዋክልም ጭምር ነው። ትንሽ ሆነ ትልቅ ሰው ሊወጣው የሚያክተው እነዚያን አስቸጋሪ ጊዜዎች እንዴት ተቋቁመን እንዳሳለፍካቸው
that God watched with you as with a mother and father. We wish you could have lived to see the beauty of the Ethiopia you came from and to know how much your people love you. Today, as children of the Ethiopian diaspora, we carry forward your memory, we wear our culture with pride, and we honor the sacrifices of those before us. May your soul rest in peace, and may our voices and prayers reach you across time and distance. You are forever in our hearts. With love and respect, the children of Ethiopia.
ልዑል ዓለማየሁ በሕይወት ቢኖር ምን ያድርግ ነበር? ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ያለፈበትን አስጨናቂ ጊዜና ፈተና ሰርተናል፣ አንብብናል። በዚህ ዘመን ቢኖር ምን ያድርግ ነበር ብለን ስናስብ የደረሰበትን መከራና ችግር የምናስታውስበት ሳይሆን የተስፋ የኩራትና የብርታት ምሳሌ ይሆንን ነበር። ከንጉሳውያን ቤተሰብ የተወለደ ሕፃን በእነዛ ትንንሽ ዓይኖች ውስጥ ትልቅ አገር እንዲያዘ ወደ ሩቅ የማያውቀው ዓለም የተወሰደ ነገር ግን በሕይወት ኖሮ ያ ታሪክ ቀጥሎ የሆነውን ሁሉ በራሱ አንደበት ለዓለም ባስተላለፈ ነበር። ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ዛሬ ላይ ቢኖር ድልድይ ሆኖ የጥንቷን ታላቂቱን ኢትዮጵያ ከአሁኑ ዘመን ታዳጊዎች ጋር ያገናኘን ነበር። የዲያስፖራ ልጆች በመወከል ድምፅ የሆናቸው ነበር። እነሱም ማንነት የሚደሰቱበት እና የሚኮሩበት መሆኑን ይነግራቸው ነበር። በዓለም እየዞረ ሕይወት ወደ የትም ብትወስድን የተወለድንበት፣ ያደግንበት፣ የመጣንበት ብርታታችን እና ኃይላችን እንደሚሆን ያጋራን ነበር። በየትምህርት ቤቱ በየኮሚኒቲው እንዲሁም በዓለም መድረክ ላይ ባህል ሸክም ሳይሆን ስጦታ መሆኑን ይገልጽልን ነበር። ወደ ተወለደባት ምድር ወደ ሀገሩ በመመለስ መቅደላ አፋፍ ላይ በመቆም እንዲህ ይል ነበር፣ ወደ ቤቴ ተመለስኩ። አሁን ግን ያ መከራ የደረሰበት ሕፃን ልዑል ሳልሆን ታሪኩ የተቀየረ ለዓለም የሚተርፍና ዓለምን ያስደነቀ ልበ ሙሉ የንጉሱ ልጅ ሆኜ መጣሁ እያለ ፈጣሪ በማመስገን ህዝቡንም ያበረታ ነበር። ምናልባት በውጭም በሀገር ውስጥም የህፃናት ሴንተር በመክፈት እናትና አባት የሌላቸውን ልጆች ያሳድግ ነበር። አሁንም ልዑል ዓለማየሁ በመንፈስ ከኛ ጋር ነው። I will now translate this into English. Imagine if Prince ዓለማየሁ were alive today, not as a tragic figure from history, but as a living symbol of hope, pride, and resilience. Born into royalty, yet taken far from his homeland, ዓለማየሁ's story is one of loss, a child who carried the weight of a nation in his eyes. But what if that story had continued? What if his life had been spared to tell his own story? If Prince ዓለማየሁ were alive today, he'd be a bridge connecting Ethiopia's proud past with its bright future. He would speak for the children of the diaspora, reminding them that identity is something to celebrate and be proud of. He would travel between nations, sharing the message that no matter where life takes you, your roots are your strength. In schools, in communities, and on world stages, he would remind us that heritage is a gift, not a burden. Perhaps he would stand once more upon the mountains of Magdala and say, I have come back home, not as a prince of sorrow, but as a son who never forgot where he came from. Maybe he would even open a center for children who, like him, had lost their parents so young. Prince ዓለማየሁ's spirit lives in us. Thank you for listening. I'm so glad.
የኔ ደግሞ ግጥሙ ርዕስ የተነጠቀ ልጅነት ይላል። ውቅያኖስ አሻግረው ባዕድ ሀገር ሲወስዱት ምርጫው ይሁን አይሁን ከቶ መች ጠየቁት። ማለዳ ሲነሳ ገና አይኑን ሲገልጠው በሰው የሚከበብ ነበር የንጉስ ልጅ። 3 ወራት በሙሉ በመርከብ ተጓዘ ወድቆ በእንግሊዝ እጅ። ንግስቷ ብትወደው ልጆች ቢያጫወቱት በቀለሙ ምክንያት ለየት ይላል ብለው አተኩረው ቢያዩት በሚያምረው አይኑ ውስጥ ጥልቅ ፍቅር አየን ብለው ቢያወድሱት ልዑል በመሆኑ በግርማ እንዲኖር ሐር ዕንቁ ሲያለብሱት በሐዘን ተውጦ ማንም አልተረዳው የውስጡን አመለት። እሱ ወደሚያውቃት በልቡ በያዛት ወደ ውድ ሀገሩ በሀሳብ ይሻገራል። ድምፁን ዝቅ አድርጎ መልእክት ቢያደርስለት ከንፋስ ያወራል። ሰውንም ብርዱንም መልመድ አልሆነልኝ ኑ መልሱኝ ይላል። ንፋስ መች ታዘዘው ያዋየውን ሁሉ የትም ሜዳ አስቀረ በከንቱ አለለ። ሰው ብርቱ ነው አሉ ይኸው ባንተ አየነው በዘወድ ፋንታ ህመም ያንን ሁሉ ጫና እንደምን ሆኖልን ትከሻ ትንሽ ነው እንዲህ ስትሸከም ባልሞት ባይ ተጋዳይ ብትጨረጨርም ነፃነት ግን የለም። ውስጡ ሲመላለስ የመግደላ ወልቂት የእናቱ ጣር ህመም የጀግናው አሟሟት እህል ውሃን ተወ ምድር ብትናወጥ ለሱ ግድ አይሰጠው ማዕበል ለምኑ ተስፋ አስቆርጦ ውስጡን አመንምኖ ቢሰብረው ሀዘኑ ገና ልጅም አይደል ሰውነቱ ዝሎ መቋቋም አቅቶት ተከደነ አይኑ።
Put your hands together. Group, Robert, love you and better. Thank you so much. We love this guy. Wonderful reading. Oh, that was amazing. Really incredible. So we have another wonderful Andrew's you up now. So Andrew, as you know, journalist, author, and historical reflection. He's going to tell us historical reflection. Obviously, he's wrote his book, The Prince and the Plunder. If you could share your insight about the book, your findings, where you are now, what you plan to do, etc. Whatever you can. That would be amazing. Happy to translate if you have to translate it. Okay.
Shall I start off? How am I supposed to follow that? That was amazing. I've got nothing more significant to say at the beginning than that I feel this is a moment of joy. That today, for all of the organisers, this is the result of months of planning. For me, this came out of nowhere. Suddenly there was an ዓለማየሁ celebration. So this is a joyful event in a world at the moment which is really not very joyful. So I'd like to thank the organisers and I would like to thank the young people. We could start with a round of applause. So we're here to talk about a boy. We're here to remember and give thanks for and commemorate and celebrate a young man, ዓለማየሁ. You could say that he's a historical figure, a figure of history from a long time ago, that he's come an abstract representation of Ethiopian history, of British Ethiopian history. But I really don't want to go there, because he's not from that long ago. He's, I heard Lem saying once that he's within reach, almost. We could just reach out and touch him. If he had got over that illness in 1879, there's a good chance he would have seen the First World War. He was at Sandhurst and his fellow classmates grew up to become the generals that led the First World War. So in many ways, maybe it's a mercy he didn't see that. If he had survived the First World War, he could have lived through the Second World War. Imagine ዓለማየሁ in the Blitz. This is not what a historical figure belongs. If he had lived to the very modest age of 72, and if he had stayed in Britain, and if he had gone out for a stroll in Catford, there's a very good chance he could have bumped into my grandmother, pushing my mum and my auntie Gwyneth in a cot, in a pram. That's not what historical people do. They don't meet my auntie Gwyneth. And thank God my auntie Gwyneth is still with us. She lives in Bexhill. The thought of, if you want to go and meet her, you could meet someone who could have met ዓለማየሁ. He's not a historical figure. So I want to do something very, very simple today, which is to throw the history out the window. This is not a history lecture. I'm not a historian. I never was actually. I'm a journalist. But we're talking about someone who is with us still. He lived in England, or in Britain, he was in Scotland, and all over the world for 2/3 of his life. He's left marks everywhere. So we're not talking about someone like Henry VIII,
blah, blah, all these people that mean nothing, that we can not engage with. We engage with him because he's still with us. I'd like to start with a story that I'm so happy to see some familiar faces in the audience. It means that you've heard this story before, but it's going to end up somewhere different, so stay with me. But could we go to the next slide? So I remember I went to Leeds, I went to the library at Leeds University, and I was very excited. I found a box of correspondence from ዓለማየሁ's last weeks and months on Earth. And this was particularly exciting. I found, this is the cover, this is the envelope of one of the letters to ዓለማየሁ's tutor, Cyril Ransom, Arthur Ransom's dad. Familiar with Arthur Ransom, Swallows and Amazons? Anyway. This was thrilling for me because there was an address. I found an address. And I'm going to tell you a little insight about the book. I'm not going to talk about the book much, but this is a story of a deep low in my research and then a deep moment of joy and revelation. We'll start with a low. I got on a train from London and went to Leeds, and it was a nice day, so I walked to Headingley. You can see the addresses: Cyril Ransom, number 1 Holland Lane, Leeds, England. So Headingley just outside Leeds. And I found Holland Lane, next slide, which looked appropriately Victorian, which was getting very exciting. You know, I was about to find a key scene in ዓለማየሁ's life. And I thought, well, just go to number 1, knock on the door, and it's going to be, you know, what's great material for the book. So I went to number 1 Holland Lane, and I found, next slide, a 1970s bungalow. And I just thought, well, this is, you know, I was kind of expecting this. Things pass, you know, he is a distant figure in history, things crumble. But I thought, well, I'm here now, I'm going to make the most of it. There was some, no, sorry, stay on the other one. There's some young kids playing here, and I was kind of disheveled and sweaty and a bit despondent. I said, is your mum and dad in? And I went to the front door, and I said, I'm a writer from London, and I've come to find the last resting place of Youth in Prince, who I think was in Headingley. And I noticed that she was kind of drawing her children behind her and edging away from me. And I realised that I sounded insane, you know. And she said, well, you know, clearly I've never heard of Ethiopia or this prince, and I live in the 1970s bungalow. Please go away. So I went away, very depressed, because I thought this would have been a great ending to the book, to see the room, to see the house. And then I bumped into, I'm pretty sure there was a sister that told me at the Bradford Literary Festival that he'd been to the house, and I'd obviously gone to the wrong house. So I got back on a train, went back to Headingley. I thought, well, this is still number 1 Holland Drive. I'm not going to go there again, that was too embarrassing. Why don't I try number 2 Holland Drive, just to see if they've ever heard of it. So I sort of turned around, imagine on Google Maps, it's kind of swerving around to the next one. So across the other side of the road, there's a whole row of beautiful, beautiful Victorian semis, is too poor a word for them, gorgeous houses. And I went up this drive here, I knocked on the door, and a lady in her 60s answered. And unfortunately, if you go to the next slide, unfortunately this photograph's the wrong way around. It's just the hall of the house I entered. And I looked over her shoulder. I was a little less dishevelled this time. And before I'd said anything, I looked at the wall, and there was a portrait of ዓለማየሁ. And I was almost moved to tears before I said anything, because I thought I was researching a dead historical figure that everyone had forgotten, and everyone would think I was weird to ask questions for. And here in this hallway in Headingley, Leeds, was a shrine. The shrine's not right, a memorial, a memento, a mark of ዓለማየሁ that had been there all the time. And I got to know a couple whose names just got out of my head. And they say that from time to time, people knock on their front door and say, is this where ዓለማየሁ is this where ዓለማyehu died? And they say yes, and they invite them in for a cup of tea. They show them the ዓለማyehu portrait, they show them the folder of material that they had collected, their own archive, ዓለማyehu stuff. And over the years, people have come and they've held poetry recitals, impromptu ceremonies in that back garden. It's not quite sure which bedroom he was in, but people tour the bedrooms like a sacred site, like you go to the British Museum. A semi in Leeds. And this reminds me of, again, not a historical figure. He's here in that particular Holland Lane. He's still loved and remembered by the people who did a little bit of research into the house. I was so excited that I thought, well, I deserve a pint. So I did my little interview. I went across, and I went back into Headingley, which is an amazing town, by the way. And I found there was a massive Wetherspoons across the road called the Golden Bean. Here it is here. And I thought, well, yeah, that'll do. I'll go and have a pint with Wetherspoons. I went to the bar, had my pint, sat down, and I thought I might order some lunch. And I looked over at the serving hatch in the pub, around the pub I just walked into. Next slide.
Oh my God.
Yeah, next to the cutlery and the food, there was a giant portrait of, I think, ዓለማየሁ's best portrait. I don't know if you agree. It's one of my favourite. It's on the cover of my book, so I like it. And it felt like a revelation. And it was a massive boost of confidence that, again, he wasn't forgotten. In this case, Wetherspoons is a chain that never opens a new pub. It doesn't have a bit of research to find pictures of local figures and puts them on the wall. But, you know, congratulations to Wetherspoons. I think it's a great company now. He's still there by the serving hatch. I was thinking, why is this such a great moment? Because he hasn't been forgotten. Because he's still with us. And when I started writing the book, I had lots of kind of academic reasons for writing it. I imagined a hostile crowd at an event like this who would say, why are you, a guy from Godalming, writing a book on everything in print? And I was going to say something along the lines of, well, I'm very interested in re-examining the British Empire and its various travails, and I'm interested in the wards, the Queen Victoria's wards, and how the Empire tried to take this sort of parental role. All this is true, but after a few months, those were the sort of the grown-up boring reasons that I was writing this book. The real reason I was writing this book is the more I read about ዓለማየሁ, the more I liked him. Yeah, I didn't see him as a historical figure. I don't know how you feel about this. I'd be interested to hear your views. I don't see him as a victim. I saw him as someone who faced trauma after trauma after trauma. And through the cracks of his story, you see this resilient little boy, this resilient older boy, this resilient young man coming back at you, you know, doing really well at cricket, doing his best with the families that he was placed with. He became a boy that I basically fell for was the wrong word, but a boy I grew to like, and I wanted other people to know him in the way that you have a good friend, you want to introduce him to all your other friends, because this is a boy and a man who's worth knowing. So I thought, well, what can we do to encourage more of these moments, these revelations of walking around Britain? Of walking around Britain and having encounters with ዓለማየሁ. And one obvious way is to go back and just follow him. He spent 2/3 of his life in Britain. He made his mark everywhere he went. So I thought very simply, I'll just take you through some of the key sites in Britain and see whether we can see him there. And I have an idea that I'd like to share with you, and I'd like your feedback about how maybe we can encourage more people to meet ዓለማየሁ and meet this young man who is worth knowing. So his first experience with England, his first sight of England was on a boat coming into the natural amphitheatre of Plymouth. He approached, so we can have a look at, I think the next slide is hopefully that. So this is something along the lines of what he would have seen. And imagine this boy emerging from trauma and grief and loss, suddenly being plunged into this alien culture with all his father's enemies around him. And these must have been mind-blowing technologies, clanking steam railways. They'd laid a railway from Magdala down to the coast, not from Magdala, but a bit of the way to the coast. Then he would put on steamships up to Suez, Cairo, Alexandria, Malta. There. So suddenly he was put on this whirlwind tour, and the end destination was the beating heart of the British Empire, which was the port city of Plymouth, which at his time must have been like arriving in a spaceport. So this is what you see now. Plymouth took a hell of a battering in the Second World War, but Next slide. It is still there. But that's it today. And I would encourage us all to visit Plymouth and try and not study ዓለማየሁ as a historical figure, but think, when you were that young, what would it have been like to suddenly be dropped in this city? I have to tell you that, as far as I know, there are no memorials, no blue plaques, nothing in Plymouth to mark his presence. So that's the second half of my thing. How about we start something that would encourage a place like Plymouth to put up a blue plaque, to celebrate him with a statue? This is where ዓለማየሁ's story begins in England. It deserves to be marked. He was here for 2 or 3 days. He was put on another steam train that charged through the Somerset and Dorset and Devon landscape, and he stopped off in Exeter David Station, which is the next slide, where he had I think, a telling encounter with an English journalist. I'm an English journalist, so I apologise on behalf of my profession. But this English journalist basically grilled Captain Speedy, who was with him as his guardian, and spent like 2 hours staring at ዓለማየሁ because he was a believer in this racist pseudoscience of you know, when you think you judge. Sorry? Eugenics? Kind of that. It was something like that. But let's just call it that for now. But it was basically, they thought they could tell from big facial features.
Physiognomy.
Something like that. Yeah. It'll come to me tomorrow, and I'll phone you all up. The journalist was also an artist. So there's a mark left in Exeter in the Devon archives of this, I think, beautiful. Can you all see it? Watercolour of ዓለማየሁ. He's wearing the boat hat, the hat that he got on the boat coming over. He's off to he's off to meet Queen Victoria. So he's wearing his brand new European suits, and he's got a posy of flowers to take to him. This is a snapshot of ዓለማየሁ 2 days into Britain. He looks amazing. It doesn't tell you the story of trauma behind it.
Anthropometry.
What?
Anthropometry.
No, it's going to come. Should we make it? Can you all just stop listening to me and go on Google and find it out? Okay, we'll find it out. And as far as I know, there is no marker on Exeter St David Station to mark his presence. I live relatively near Dartford, where in the station there was a blue plaque marking the moment that Mick Jagger met Keith Richards with a bag of records. And that was over in like 2 minutes. If they can get a blue plaque in Dartford Station, ዓለማየሁ deserves a plaque in Exeter St David Station. So again, why don't we get together and try and persuade Exeter St David Station to put up a plaque? Just an idea. After Exeter, he was there for about 2 hours because there was a change of lines. He got on the train to Portsmouth, and then on a royal yacht over to the Isle of Wight, Osborne House, where Queen Victoria had her holiday home. This is Osborne House today, where this historic meeting happened. You know, the whole kerfuffle over Magdala was that ቴዎድሮስ wanted to reach out to European powers, and the European powers ignored him, filed his letters, treated him really rudely. That was the heart of all the misunderstandings. The moment the royal houses of Ethiopia and England finally got together was on a beach on the Isle of Wight in July 1868, when Prince ዓለማየሁ met Queen Victoria. This is obviously there's a long and interesting story about how Queen Victoria fell for ዓለማየሁ and their complicated relationship. Later on, she commissioned a bust of him, which is now on display in Osborne House, as you can see here. Again, a trace, he's not gone, he's there in Osborne House. I have to tell you that statue is there without a label. That corridor has lots of images of people from the empire, so people from India, people from Africa. I have a feeling, and it leads to the Durbar. Has anyone been there to Osborne House? It leads to the Durbar room, which is like sort of empire porn. It's covered in sort of frills and exotic details. I suspect that all these quote foreign faces are there to create an atmosphere of exoticism, because there's no attempt to name any of them. They're there to sort of make you feel, oh, the British Empire was big and exciting. They went to all sorts of places. How about the simplest of campaigns? Could you please put a label in English and Amharic on your beautiful bust of ዓለማየሁ? I bet they'd do it if we all sent them today. He spent his first home was on the Isle of Wight. He was there for the best part of a year. Next slide. These are some of my snaps from when I went there. This is but this is where he first lived. I think it's at Afton House. He eventually moved into this house when Captain Speedy got married. And this field, he would have walked past that field every Sunday from the house to the Anglican church where he went with the Speedies. Again, as far as I know, there are no markers or tributes to Prince ዓለማየሁ on the Isle of Wight. If you go to a museum, there is a beautiful photograph of him, because this is where Julia Margaret Cameron took some of her famous portraits. But I bet Isle of Wight is the kind of place that would love the challenge of paying tribute to the African prince who came to live with them for a year. Because in many ways, although his story is of tragedy, he also had moments of joy. This is where he first learned to swim. This is where he first engaged in sports. He was very obsessed with hunting and shooting and fishing. He was also a boy's boy. But anyway, Isle of Wight. I think he's there because when you know his story, you know where to look. Okay, you're not looking for textbooks, you're looking for places. Oh, could you go back? Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so next one. I'm going to race through these because I know we've got a lot to pack in today. After the Isle of Wight, he had an amazing global adventure. Captain Speedy took him to India, to Singapore, to Malaysia. I haven't been to those places, so as far as I know, again, there are no markers for him there. That's a story in itself about how he again went on to see the world on a big global tour. The British government suddenly decided that they couldn't just let their charge around the country, charge around the world willy-nilly at their expense while his educational quotes were suffering. So the next trauma in his life was he had a kind of a semi-foster father figure in Captain Speedy. Again, another very complicated relationship which needs its own book and own talk. But there was at least a stability, something had been going on. The British government took him out of Captain Speedy's hands and said, come back to Britain, we're going to, we think you need to experience the joys of the English boarding school system. Poor boy. Okay, so the next slide. He went to Cheltenham College, where again there are no portraits or markers, but if you look in the history, you can follow his registration and his progress. You can even see his grades. Again, poor chap. I'm glad that no one can see my grades from school. But Cheltenham College is packed full of details and traces and things that you can reach out and touch about ዓለማየሁ. He hasn't gone. He's with us. He's in Cheltenham. The headmaster, who was this new kind of quasi-foster dad figure, the Reverend William Jets Blake, got a new job in Rugby. One of our poshest public schools. So the next slide. Rugby is, when you know again what you're looking for, Rugby is soaked in ዓለማየሁ. There are so many details that you can find. You can see his boarding house. You can look in the archives to see his cricket scores. You can see how he did at football, how he came on and he was like mid-table, but he tried really hard. You can see where he sang in the choir. This is one of his class photos. Can anyone spot him? Okay, maybe for those who can't, we'll zoom in.
Middle right.
One more, please.
Middle right.
One more slide.
At the corner.
There we go.
Yeah, there at the corner.
That's him in the back row behind the, actually, rather quite kindly looking Victorian teacher for once. I'm always intrigued about this. It's a big risk to judge anyone from a moment captured in a school photograph. But something's going on there, right? I mean, his collar's loose, his hair's wild. He looks, for once, relatively cheerful. I'm not going to put a gloss over this. Who knows what was really going on? It's just an intriguing shot of ዓለማየሁ. He's there in the background, in the details. You have to look for him. Another one. This is his memorial plaque in Rugby School Chapel. I don't know how's anyone with Latin. I can share it with you later, but it's essentially a memorial to him. It names him as Theodore's Terrorworks son, how he died of the invidious disease that claimed his life, and it has his dates. That's in a place of honour in the chapel. Rugby's drama teacher recently wrote a play after reading the book, and the children of rugby have performed this. So we've got beautiful letters. I know we've got poetry we're going to hear later. There is drama. There's a growing body of ዓለማየሁ work that is out there. It's scattered at the moment, but there is a will in places like rugby to remember him. And without giving anything too much away, rugby is interested in doing something more substantial. Maybe they would be encouraged if someone like us got together and suggested that, what do we want? A statue? Another blue plaque? We could maybe just collect blue plaques. But, so next slide. And this is ዓለማየሁ playing rugby in rugby. Again, in the archives, there's a watercolor of him. If you know anything about rugby history, which I'm a bit vague on, the color of his cap was very significant. That's his house. I find it very poignant because he is at rugby, he's playing rugby, but he's still on the outside. I don't know if that was a conscious decision by the artist, but he's there, but he's not quite in there. You know what I mean? He's not in the ruckus, he's watching, he's observing. But by one account, in his last years, his most prized possession was that thing on his head, his rugby school cap. That may be Victorian sentimental gloss, who knows? But he's there. He's still with us in the rugby archives. Go on to the next one. While we're at it, why don't we go to all the places that are named after our glorious victory at Magdala? So one of the soldiers from Magdala got his prize money, maybe partly funded by the sale of Ethiopian loot, and bought a pub in Hampstead. It's still there. Most English people know the Magdala Tavern for a different story, that this was the site of the murder that led to the last hanging of a woman in Britain, Ruth Ellis. But you and I know that it's connected to an even bloodier, even more tragic story. It used to have a massive mural of Magdala in flames inside, when it was first built. The present owners, I was chatting to them, they're saying that they're quite keen to they don't want any connection with that sad and violent bit of British Empire history. Well, how about we offer them an alternative? Why not not forget the battle, but why not use this as an opportunity to celebrate someone who came from Magdala? Let's have a portrait of ዓለማየሁ in the Magdala Tavern, and we'll all meet up there once a year, or every month, or whenever we want to meet up. That's not the only pub that celebrates the Battle of Magdala that we could approach. The next slide. The Lord Napier in Hackney. Beautiful, beautiful, large-scale street art. How about a beautiful, beautiful portrait of ዓለማየሁ looking down on the punters of the Lord Napier? Just an idea. I keep going. There aren't many left. We're back where we started at number 2 Holland Lane. The reason it's number 2 Holland Lane is because when they knocked down the houses on the other side of the street, they changed all the street numbers just to confuse me. But I went into the house, had a look around. They had a copy of an ዓለማየሁ letter that I hadn't seen. This is one of the leading centres of ዓለማየሁ studies, this semi-detached house. Again, I don't know how they feel about having a blue plaque, but we should have one near there. Next slide, please. Is this gone? Yeah. Speak still. Hello? Okay, this was one of the most startling discoveries, that in that envelope of letters in Leeds University, there were also 2 portraits taken of ዓለማየሁ hours after he died. And it's just a testament to, you can't say this is a remote historical figure. When I looked at that, I can't tell you how I reacted. I mean, when I first opened the envelope in the library, I stood up like a cartoon expression of emotion. I just couldn't take it in. There's our prints, and there's another one. There's somewhere there is a life mask that they took of him. It's maybe somewhere in Leeds, or maybe in the Royal Collection, but there is a plaster cast of his actual face somewhere out there. We can reach out and touch him almost. Sorry, we won't move on to the next. And for me, the most recent is the beautiful thing that happened yesterday. Yeah, you took a cold stone memorial and turned it into a living cultural moment. Again, I'll end where I finished. This was a moment of joy, as far as I'm concerned, not only of sorrow. He's still with us. He's still remembered. There's colour. He's being honoured in the place where he's buried. You know, the debate about where he should go is another debate, but for now, this is where he is, in the centre of Britain. And thank you to all of you who paid him the appropriate honour yesterday. That was a beautiful act. We go to the next one. This is my great idea. Okay, it's just an idea. I can delete it in a second. But I'm just wondering what you thought of having a simple organisation called the Friends of ዓለማየሁ. I mean, you kind of trumped it by this event. You are the Friends of ዓለማየሁ, you're here already. But to have one aim, one objective, to make Ethiopia's Prince ዓለማየሁ better known. Join us and put up an image of a prince in your home, on a wall, on a fridge, what you want. And then come up with interesting campaigns for places where he can be remembered across Ethiopia. Well, maybe, why not Ethiopia? Why shouldn't it be something like Magdala? I'm here in Britain, I'm focused on the British side. The next page, you can see I've started building up a map of where he went. So this is his first journey from Magdala. It is stunning actually. We know he moved around, but when you actually put it on Google Maps, you see how far he went. I haven't even got to the bit of crossing Malaysia and all those other places. And the next slide, just to give you another. And this really is sort of, if you want to join, take 2 steps. Sign up, download an image from an ever-growing library, hopefully, and then let's write to the Magdala Tavern and say, how about a portrait? So I don't know. I mean, I've got a card, I've got my email address. You can go to friendsofalamayu.com and say this is a terrible idea, this is a great idea, but I'd love to hear what you think. So one more slide. I just want one more illustration to prove to you that we're not dealing with a historical figure. We're dealing with a figure who's with us. This is ዓለማየሁ, as you know. When he was a young boy and he first met Queen Victoria, he used to go around to Windsor Castle and play with Queen Victoria's granddaughter, whose name fell out of my head. But his name is 2 or 3 years older or younger than him. So we pressed again. I think she's Princess Victoria or something. All we need to know is that she's kind of his age. She had the fortune of not dying at the age of 18. She went to live a long life. She lived through the First World War. She lived through the Second World War. And in the 1950s, 50-something, if you go to the next one, she appeared in this family photo. Can you recognise everyone? That's her, aged 85. That is late Queen Elizabeth II. That is our present King Charles III. So if ዓለማየሁ had got through his illness, he would have still been a royal figure, a royal favourite, maybe, who knows what would have happened. There's every chance he could have been there in that photograph, meeting King Charles. So he's not gone, he's not long gone, he's with us. He could have met the Prince, he could have met my Auntie Gwyneth. Maybe I hope we can all think of ideas and new ways of introducing to more people and reminding people that he is still with us. So thanks very much.
Second. That was wonderful. Thank you very much, Andrew. Really good. Please put your hands together, Mark. Just to ask, Andrew wrote some books, the book he wrote himself. I'm not sure how many left. All sold out? Oh dear. Okay, he has his card. If you want his book, you can contact him. You find a way around. Thank you very much. So, really, Andrew, that was very good. And the plaques. Plaque ማስቀመጥ ያላችሁ ነጥቦችን ተባበር የሄደበት ቦታ ሁሉ ለማስቀመጥ እንሞክራለን። አብረን ሰር ኦኬ ጅማሬ ነው አላለፈም። ሁላችሁም ባሳዩ ወንድማችን ጸጋው
እሺ አንድሬው እናመሰግናለን። እስቲ በድጋሚ ጭብጨባ ከዚህ በመቀጠል እንግዲህ አንድሬው በሚያሳይበት ሰዓት ላይ አንዳንድ ያመለጣችሁ ሰዎች ካላችሁ በአፋ ቲዩብ ላይ በቀጥታ እየተላለፈ ስለነበር ከዛ ላይ ማግኘት ትችላላችሁ። ከዚህ በመቀጠል ብዙ ፕሮግራሞች አሉን። ፈጠን ብለን ሁሉንም ለማቅረብ እንዲመቸን ለማስታወስ ያህል በድጋሚ ይሄ በልዩ ሁኔታ የተዘጋጀ 146ኛው የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ የመታሰቢያ ዝግጅት ነው። ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ በ146 ዓመት ውስጥ በዩናይትድ ኪንግደም የኢትዮጵያ ኮሚኒቲ እና የልዑል ቴዎድሮስ ዓለማየሁ መታሰቢያ ዝግጅት ኮሚቴ የተዘጋጀ። በመቀጠል ብዙ ዝግጅቶች ተዘጋጅተዋል። ገጣሚና ብሮድካስተር ለምን ሲሳይ በእንግሊዝ ሀገር የመጀመሪያ ብቸኛው ኢትዮጵያዊ ልጅ እንደሚሆን ስለሚታመነው ባይተዋር ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ሕይወት ምልከታቸውን ያካፍሉናል። በጭብጨባ ወደ መድረክ እንጋብዛቸዋለን። ገጣሚና ብሮድካስተር ለምን ሲሳይ ወደ መድረክ።
I mean, Andrew, I think this book, has anybody got, can I have a copy, show people a copy of this book? This book is called The Prince and the Plunder. The Prince and the Plunder, and it's the most comprehensive list of goods that were taken in the Battle of Magdala. That's what this is, right? And the story of ዓለማየሁ as well. And it came out in 2022. And of all of the work that I've seen that's been produced about ዓለማየሁ, this is the most comprehensive account of this dispassionate account of the story, and that's kind of important, academic as well as popular. This particular book. Yeah, as you know, I've enjoyed the book. I spent most of my life as a I don't know how to begin, because there came a point in my own story where I saw what ዓለማየሁ was going through, because I was experiencing what ዓለማየሁ was going through. And that primarily was the disconnection of a human being in their childhood from everything that they've ever known about their own family. The understanding that a child may have, an intelligent child, and all children are intelligent, essentially they're just feeling beings, but the understanding that what is most important to you has been taken away from you, and that the people that are surrounding you, who are telling you, this is where you will be educated, this is where you will play rugby, this is where you will become friends with the people around you, this is where that all they are doing is, before they've introduced you to your education, before they've introduced you to your Sandhurst, your posh schools, before any of that, and any intelligent child will know that those people who are telling them that this is what's important, the rugby, the school, the teachers, that those people are also the people who are denying you the right to your own family, your mother, your father, your sisters, your brothers, your aunts, your uncles, your cousins, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, your entire line has been denied of you from the people who are telling you you're going to get a good education. Okay? Not only that, but at those schools, at Sandhurst, they talked about him as if he was arrogant. It's in the reports, right? Was it Sandhurst? Yeah. I need to know that by the time something's written down in a report, that is a small example of what's actually happening in real terms. So the kindness of Captain Speedy, the kindness of him to look after the boy, was also shown when the government stopped giving Captain Speedy the money to look after the boy. Oh, Captain Speedy will tell us that he is, he'd given his life for this boy. He was a fan and lover of Ethiopia. When the government stopped giving him money for that boy, he got rid of him. He sent him to Leeds. Within a year of him being in Leeds, he was dead. Okay, so for all of the love and the passion of Captain Speedy, he lost the child when he became 18 years of age, when he stopped having money given to him by the government. So is that love? Is that care? Is that compassion? I mean, I'm asking you to ask that question, but what I know is that ዓለማየሁ was asking himself that question when the man who took him from his country said he was his foster father, said he loved Ethiopia, said he got rid of him at 18 years of age when the government stopped giving him money. Now, let me share with you that we can celebrate the joy of this prince and his incredible spirit, because that is what he had, undoubtedly. But let us not assume that everything was okay and that this country didn't kill him. And I'll tell you why. Because he would be alive had he not been brought here. He would have been alive had they not sent him to the north of England, because he died of, what was it, pleurisy, wasn't it? Or TB, yeah, what was known as the poor man's disease. Yeah, a prince, a poor man's disease. He died of within a year of the government taking the money away from Captain Speedy. Captain Speedy saying, I don't want anything to do with him, and sending him to the doctor, to the ransoms in Leeds. See, I know what it is to be denied your family. And for I know what it is for a family to say, we did this from the goodness of our hearts. We did this. And he turned out he was a naughty boy. He didn't appreciate us. He was angry at school. He was a rebel. He had no family, and he knew that the people around him had taken him. Yes, it's not a long time ago. Do you know what? I know it's not a long time ago because I started this talk, and I wanted to say to you that I knew about ዓለማየሁ from 2006 and before. That I found somebody told me there's a prince. When Ethiopians were not speaking about ዓለማየሁ, there's this prince, this guy, this ዓለማየሁ. This prince, I was told about it a long time before. And I spoke about it when nobody was speaking about it. And I brought it, as I came to the newspapers when they asked me about poetry and Britain, and then I spoke about ዓለማየሁ. And as I taught this country about my relationship to Ethiopia, while at the same time teaching Ethiopians about my relationship to Ethiopia, about how far I'd come from my own story to tell you that they'd stolen me and that I've been looking for you via my own family, that I was stolen from my mother and my father. This is not about me. This is about England, and about Queen Victoria, and about her fascination with young children from the colonies, and about the government's ownership. This story, the British were not, they didn't colonize Ethiopia. They stole a prince, and they brought him to England under the premise of what? Oh, that the king, okay, let's look at the evidence. Let's look at the evidence. One prince was being brought to England because I want us to celebrate him with joy, but I don't want us to pretend the complexity of what happened reflected in what this society is today and how it has grown today. If those plaques go up, they can't go up without this country knowing the depth of what it did. Otherwise, they are a facile kind of cosmetic washing of something that was deep that happened. I forgot where I was. I was saying something very specific. Where was I? Evidence. You're talking about the beauty ዓለማየሁ came to this country with one Ethiopian teacher, right? And with the queen, right? I'm telling the whole story, okay? So the queen was with him, that's his mother, and one teacher. And what I've been told, I don't know whether it's in your book, but it's certainly Elizabeth Lard told me in there are various other places. You'll know this story. The queen died on the way to the ship, on the journey. The queen dies, okay. So the queen dies. Okay, on the way. Could be through loss of her husband as well, because I know that in Ethiopia that can happen as well. In fact, anywhere in the world that can happen. The queen dies on the way. As they're taking ዓለማየሁ, the queen dies. So there's one person left, one Ethiopian left, and that's the teacher. And we are told that ዓለማየሁ dismissed his own teacher. Right? So you back me up on that. So how old was ዓለማየሁ? 6 or 7 years of age. We are told that ዓለማየሁ at 6 to 7 years of age dismisses his teacher. You know that, I know that, and I'm telling you now that there's something not right. Okay? The boy is coming to England on his own. The queen dies on the way of an illness. Okay, that's kind of believable. And then the 6-year-old boy sends his teacher back, and his Ethiopian teacher, a professor, goes, okay, all right, I better leave you with these people to go to this other country. I better leave you because you've just said that. And we're supposed to believe that. Okay? What you had was one boy singularly taken from a great country that was not colonized. One single little boy taken from that country on the idea that this is better for him. On the idea that the father and the grandmother asked for him to be taken. Okay? Now I know that could be the case. Let's say that is the case, that the father said, before killing himself, he said, please take my son to England and educate him. These are the stories that people do when they take children from places, especially Africa, all over. They'll have a better life. Look at his photographs and tell me, is he smiling at any one of them? It was a Lula Pankhurst from the Restitution Committee, a committee already established to actually identify everything that's been taken in Magdala and return it. There is a journey that you're on, and that we are all on. And this is part of it. Do you know what's incredible about this event? It's Ethiopians. Because it will only happen. This will only happen inside the world when Ethiopians grasp this narrative. And there's a reason why we haven't. The time of the Derg meant that the education about the royal lineage was stopped. And so it means that people have not kept up with the story. Because if they had, if the lineage of the royalty had kept up as part of the education, then there would be people would be writing to get these bones of this boy back, or to get him commemorated. There's a reason why this pride is rising up now again. about this story, and there's a reason why it's not happened before. Am I making sense? Yeah. Is it okay for me to speak in such a way? Yeah. So this is an exciting time. Thank you. So, but regardless of all that, as a symbol of Ethiopia and a symbol of internationalism, actually, and of equality, and of peace, and of love, and of family, and of, ዓለማየሁ is the perfect, incredible symbol. And his life also shows what this country did, not Queen Victoria, by the way, the administration, did, how far it would go to own the soul or the body of the African, and I mean specifically Ethiopian, but actually of the African, because they did this all over Africa. So the evidence to me is that firstly, they got rid of everybody so this boy could be taken alone. That's important. Question: what did happen with that professor where they're saying the prince, 6 or 7 years old, told him to go back to, and he just went? They took this boy on his own without any family. Eob Drillo, the incredible historian who was at the British Library, he's just incredible. He charts his story. He told me there is a letter in the British Library of ዓለማየሁ writing to his grandmother saying, "They are poisoning me." That's from Eob. So, what I'm trying to say to you is that the boy was brought here on his own, and he was never sent back, and he was never reconnected to his family by Captain Speedy and his people. At 18 years of age, when he became an adult, the government stopped giving Captain Speedy money to look after him. They didn't send his letter. But the letter is with Eob Drillo. It is at the British Library, and he called Eob. But at 18 years of age, he dies within months of being let go because Captain Speedy didn't have the money. So I can establish one thing from that alone: it was not love, and it was not care that Captain Speedy had. It wasn't. If it was, he wouldn't have let. It wasn't a love of Ethiopia as well. He would not have let it go. He would not have built a relationship with a boy from 12 years of age to 18 years of age and then decided, you know what, that's it. Part of the reason I'm saying this is the emotional gravity of this. Also, being sent to boarding schools is a cruel thing to do to a child whose parents are both dead and who is not in contact with any family. To send a child to boarding school under that condition is cruel. How far can I go? Because there's some greatness towards the Victorian curiosity into the world. There's something great about it. If we all had that kind of curiosity, it would be a wonderful thing. But it's a very short window before that curiosity becomes ownership. How can I own this thing that I found? My God, this place is beautiful. It's right next to it. How can I own this place? What do they have? How can I get into their spirit? Into their heads? I'll measure their heads to find their intelligence. It's a short window between the curiosity and the plunder of the spirit. So we get the plunder of goods. I understand that. I will take your goods. I will take what you have. I'll take your home. I'll take your this. I'll take your that. I'll take. By the way, this is to me an example of a primitive people. People without an understanding of how to be a man or how to be a woman or how to be a family. This is dark, primitive ownership of human beings. This is what primitive is. So that idea of being able to own somebody's land ultimately at its worst state, is shown in owning the people. How can I own you? In every, it doesn't matter race, it doesn't matter. It could be Ethiopians doing this, it could be anybody. It's when that's when the dark stuff happens. And the dark stuff is the stealing of children. And that's what happened here, in my opinion. It is an emotional story. I know this because I have a relationship to this to a degree, because this, in a very different way, but actually not that different, happened to me. I was stolen from my mother. I had my name changed. I was given an education, which actually I never went to university. I'm a doctor 7 times, but I didn't go to university. You know, and then at 18 years of age, they washed their hands of me and they put me into children's homes, etc., etc. I've written books about my story, etc. And I have great empathy for the people who did what they did to me, the foster parents. You know, I have empathy for the Captain Speedies of the world, who deeply loved Ethiopia, but who, that was a short window before they wanted to own something of it. What happens to the men in societies, our societies, own what we have somehow? It's a really emasculating thing that they try to do to us. They had a prince of Ethiopia, a place that was never colonized. They brought him here and he died at 18 years of age. And all I've ever wanted is for people to ask questions of what that was about. Just do a little investigation. How did he die at 18 years of age? Why did he never see his mum and dad? Or any of his family ever again? Ever again? Oh, he's playing rugby, is he? Is he smiling in that picture? Is he, you know, imagine your own child in that situation, being taken away from everything that they'd ever known. Look at your own journeys of going to other countries and how you had to read this different way of thinking about how people were judging you. What that did to your head. Now imagine being a boy, an intelligent boy, and seeing that, and knowing that you've been taken away from your land, your people, your everything. And that people who looked at you saw you as dirt. I've not even got to that point. Because I did grow up. I didn't meet a person of colour until I was 9. I didn't know a person of colour until I was 17. I got a very good view of how they viewed me when nobody was viewing them viewing me. I saw them seeing me. And to this day, I promise you, I will not judge a person based on their race, specifically a white person, because I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be judged on the basis of your race. I'd be the last person who would do that. It's really important to me. And to anybody who's suffered the inequalities, they are the best people to understand how important equality is for all. How that anything that has happened will not make me judge a person based on the colour of their skin, but it happened. It happened to me. I got to see it. And I'm bigger than it, stronger than it. And he would have been too. He would have been an example to us all. And, you know, unlike me, he would have been able to speak perfect Amharic. But he would have spoke to the English. I've visited, I know every single one of the royal family in this country. I was with the Queen only a few weeks ago. All of them in different times. Yeah, I just ask that we consider this boy and what happened to him, and understand that what happened to him was a dark result of a very specific attitude, which was the dark side of the the Enlightenment, of the Victorian era, of everything, the empire, of everything that this society is built on right now, which is why you won't hear it admitted to in such ways. But I am, as I always was as a child, as he was, a witness. We have to be witnesses to the dark if ever we're going to truly celebrate the light. It's the truth, Ruth. So I have seen this journey, and I'm glad to have seen you arrive, Andrew. You know, and it makes sense that you would. I was here before, you know, and this understanding of, and we need you. This understanding of ዓለማየሁ as not a historical figure, that was always my point. That he's only a couple of granddads back is what I said. He was just a couple of grandfathers back. But it's easy for this country to forget him. You see, not so long ago, they found remains of King, who was it? King Richard? Richard III. Where was that? In Leicester? Yeah. Oh my God, I was in Leicester the other day. Is it Leicester or Nottingham? It's a car. I was in Leicester the other day, literally the other day. All of the places that you've named, I've been, I've read poetry there, I've given speeches there. 4 weeks ago, I was in Leeds speaking at the Royal Armoury in Leeds to every single one of the CEOs from every single council in Britain. They do one gig a year where they all come together, whatever their political views are, left, right, whatever. The CEOs of every council in the country, and I gave the keynote address at the end of their conference to speak about children's services in every council and the government being best exemplified by how it treats its child. It's called the Solace Summit. Why am I telling you this? Because I've got a very strong relationship with Leeds. The Ransoms, the family from that house wrote to me. The woman in New Zealand who got a lock of ዓለማየሁ's hair, saw a post I'd done on my blog, wrote to me about his hair. I then asked her to write to Alula Pankhurst. Alula Pankhurst then spoke to the restitution committee. They then spoke to the embassy in London. Then the woman came over from London, blah, 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 blah. We need to be across this, with Andrew and all of the other people who are writing books about ዓለማየሁ, but we also need to be writing them as well. It's very important to acknowledge Drillo, who is the greatest academic, young guy in his 40s, 30s, 40s. I can say young guy in his 30s. I just want to say it's an honor to be speaking with, a relative of ዓለማየሁ. I wrote a children's book called, what was it called? What's it called? It's called Don't Ask the Dragon. And the central character in it is called ዓለማየሁ. And it did very well. It's called Don't Ask the Dragon, and it's all about Alem. And there's one point in the children's book where Alem says, the dragon says, or somebody says, what Alem means. Alem. You know what it means. It means well led. It means world. Alem means world, man. World, it means world. My name is Lemon. It means why. Our names are important. My mother's name is Yamareshet. Names are important. It means world. I'm really honored to have been able to speak with you, and thank you for allowing me to speak with you. One day I'll speak with you in Amharic, and we will all cry. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Please put your hands together for Lam. so much. Thank you. Right. We were told the children and the family want to go home soon. So we're swapping the program a little bit, if you don't mind. So we're asking now the children, actress and poet, Tariq Astaye. No, not that one, sorry. The Art and Culture Center. Theatrical performance, the youth of the United Art and Culture Center perform a short play titled Sawuru Blatina. Yeah. Please come up, youth, before they go home.
እሺ በመቀጠል የኢትዮ አርት ባህል ማዕከል ስውሩ ብላቴና በሚል በታዳጊ ወጣቶች የተዘጋጀ የልዑል መታሰቢያ አጭር ድራማ ይቀርባል። ታዳጊዎቹን ወደ መድረክ በጭብጨባ ጋብዙልኝ።
በቀኝ ያልተገዛች ሀገር ከአፄ ቴዎድሮስ ጀምሮ ስለ ኢትዮጵያ ክብር፣ ስለ ኢትዮጵያ አንድነት ከማንም ከምንም በላይ ራሴን አሳልፌ እሰጣለሁ በሚሉ መሪዎች፣ ጀግኖች መስዋዕትነት ተከብራ ኖራለች። በጥባጭ ሳለ ማን ጥሩ ይጠጣል እንዲሉ በየዘመኑ ቅኝ ገዢዎችና ወራሪዎች ግን ከወረራ እስከ ትንኮሳ ብዙ ግፍ ፈጽመውብናል። እነሆ ዛሬ መልከ ቀናውን፣ ኮስታራውን፣ ንቁን፣ አሳዛኙን ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስን ምንጊዜም ለአፍታ የማንዘነጋቸው ንጉሥ አፄ ቴዎድሮስንና የልዕልት ጥሩ ወርቅ ውቤን ገድል እንዲህ እንዘክራለን።
ንጉሥ ሆይ ሺህ ዓመት ይንገሱ፣
ንጉሥ ወልሻመሴድስ ንጉሥ ወልሻመዴኔሱ
እጅግ የሚወዱት አማርኛ እንዲማር ያደረጉት ቻርልስ ስፒልን የልዑል ዓለማየሁን እጅ አስይዘው ምክንያቱን በውል ባላውቀውም እንግሊዝ የምትባለውን ሀገር ግን በጣም ነው የምወዳት። እናም የልጄን ነገር አደራ አስተምረን ለአቅመ አዳም ሲያበቃ ወደ ሀገሩ መልሰው ብለው ቃል አስገቡት።
የለንደን ሙዚየም የዓለም ቅርስ መናኸሪያ ነው። ከአጼ ቴዎድሮስ ሹሩባ ጀምሮ በግዕዝ የተጻፈ ለብራና ጸሎት፣ የዝሆን ጥርስ፣ ልዩ ልዩ ባህላዊ ቅርሶች እንደዚሁ በለንደን ሙዚየም ይገኛሉ። የአጼ ቴዎድሮስ ሹሩባ እንኳን ከብዙ ዓመት ወደ ትውልዱ አገራቸው ተመልሷል።
ልዑል ዓለማየሁ በተወለደ በ6 ዓመቱ አባቱ ሊያጠቁ ፈረንጆች ዶለቱ። ንጉሡም ብልጣብልጥ ነቄ ናቸውና የተላከ ሰላይ ኢትዮጵያን ያጠና ከዙፋኑ ሆነው ስሙን ሲጠይቁ ስፒድ ቢላቸው ከት ከት ስለሳሉ።
ኋላም ትንሽ አይተው ወታደር መሆኑን በውል ስላወቁ ቀሉን ተወውና ከዛሬ ጀምሮ ባሻ ፈለቀ ነህ በማለት ስሙን አጸደቁ። አለቃ ዘነጋ አማርኛ ሊማር ጓዙን ጠቀለለ። ባሻዬ ያወቀ አማርኛ ፈለቀ። ከሀ ጀመረና እስከ ፐ ዘለቀ። ከአለቃ ዘነጋ ከሀገራችን ቢጋ ቅንም ተራቀቀ።
ለመሆኑ በዓለም ላይ ከሚገኙ መልካም መዓዛ ካላቸው ሽቶዎች በሙሉ የትኛው የሚበልጥ ይመስላችኋል?
የናርዶስ ሽቶ ነው ጌታዬ።
አይደለም።
የሀገራችን የፌልፌል ሽቶ የሚያስለቅ እንኳን የሚኖር አይመስለኝም።
አልመለሳችሁትም ወዳጆቼ። እስከዛሬ በዓለም ላይ ከሚገኝ መልካም መዓዛ ካላቸው ሽቶዎች በሙሉ እንኳንስ ከሕመም ከሞትም የሚያድን የጨቅላ ልጅ አንገት ስር ያለው መዓዛ ነው። የጨቅላ ሕፃን ልጅ አንገት ላይ ሽታ ከሞትም ያድናል እንኳንስ ከበሽታ።
ልክ ነው፣ ልክ ነው ጌታዬ።
እጅግ የሚወዱት አማርኛ እንዲማር ያደረጉት ቻርልስ ስፒል የእንግሊዝ መንግስት በጀኔራል ናፒየር አማካኝነት በፈጸመው ወረራ የቀኝ እጃቸውን በብርዬ ሲሞትና ጦራቸው ሲበተን እጅግ አዝነውና ተቆጥተው በነበረበት ወቅት ባለቤታቸው ልዕልት ጥሩወርቅ የባሏን ጀግንነት ታውቃለችና ወደ መሸጉበት ገብታ እንዲህ በማለት ተናገረቻቸው።
አንቺ በሚወዱት ልጆ ዓለማየሁ ይሁንብዎ፣ ራስዎን እንዳያጠፉ ልጆንም ያላባት እንዳያስቀሩ።
እኔ ቴዎድሮስ እጄን ልሰጥ ልጄ ለአቅመ አዳም ሲደርስ አባት አንተንም ቢወድህም በዓይኔ ላይ የሚዞሩ የኢትዮጵያ አንድነትና ክብር ነው ብለው ተሰውተዋል ብለሽ ንገሪው።
ወርቅነሽ ታመው ለ15 ቀናት ያህል በሚሰቃዩበት ወቅት ወደ ትውልድ ሀገራቸው መሄድ ቢመጡ ከልጄ አልለይም ብለው ከሞት አለመዳናቸውን ሲያውቁ የልጄን ነገር አደራ ትምህርቱን አስተምራችሁት ለአቅመ አዳም ሲደርስ ወደ ሀገሩ ላከው።
እሺ በቤት እማዬ እማ እኔ ካንቺ ከሞግዚቶች መለየት አልፈልግም። እማዬ እማ እኔ ካንቺ ከሞግዚቶች መለየት አልፈልግም።
ግድ የለም ልጄ፣ ሂድና ተማር፣ ሀገርንና ሕዝብን ግን እንዳትረሳ።
ልዑል ዓለማየሁ የስፒድም ሆነ የልዕልት ቪክቶሪያ ፍቅር ባይለየውም እሱ ግን ከኢትዮጵያ የሄዱ ሞግዚቶችና አሳዳጊዎች መላ ወላጆቹ የነገሩትን ነገር ውስጡን እያብሰለሰለው ሰው ጠርቶ ይተክዝ ጀመር።
ንግስት ቪክቶሪያ ምንኛ ታደለች የዕለቱ እየከተለች ስለ አበሻው ሊሆን እንደዚህ አኖረች።
ቆንጆ መልከ መልካም ገራገር ኮስታራ ስለ አበሻው ልዑል ስንቱን ነገር ልጻፍ ስንቱን ታሪክ ላውራ። ገና ለጋ ሳለ በ6 ዓመቱ ተከታትለው ሞቱ እናትና አባቱ። አባቱ በውጊያ በህመም እናቱ ቻርልስን አስብለው ለንደን ውሰድና ሁሉን አስተምረ ለአቅመ አዳም ሲደርስ ሀገሩ መልሰው ቃልን አክብረ። አደራ በምድር ሀገራ በሰማይ እኛ ስለሌለን ባይተዋር በመሆን ችግርን እንዳያይ። ከቻርልስ ስፒድ ጋር እዚህ ለንደን መጥቶ ሊለምድ አልቻለም ሀገሪቱንና የኛውን ሰው አይቶ። እንደውም አንድ ቀን ግራ እየተጋባ ጥያቄ ያቀረበ እያነቀው እንባ። ንግሥት አድምጪ አንድ ጥያቄ አለኝ። ለምነው ሰዎቹ ቆመው ትኩር ብለው እንደዚህ የሚያዩ የሚመለከቱኝ? እውነት እልሻለሁ ከሚገላምጡኝ ይሻላል ነበረ ቢቆጡኝ ቢመቱኝ። ለዚህ አባባሉ መልስ አጥቼለት እንዲዝናና ብዬ ካፒቴን ስፒድ ጋር እንደ ማሌዥያ ሽርሽር ላኩት። እንደው ባሻ ፈለቀና ልዑል ዓለማየሁ የተከሉት ዛፍ ጎማ እየተባለ ሲጎበኝ ኖሮ 200 ዓመት። ታዲያ ነው ዋጋለሁ ያን ያበሻ ልዑል ባስታወስኩት ቁጥር የሚያንገበግበኝ እጅግ የሚቆጨኝ። ባይተዋር ሆኖ ኖሮ ባይተዋር ሆኖ ሊኖር በድንገት ሞተና ከለንደን ጊዮርጊስ ሊያሸልብ ተለየኝ። እንደጠረጠርኩት በ19 ዓመት በወጣትነቱ ከሀገሩ የመጣ ወሬ በመስማቱ ምግብና መጠጡ መርዝ የመሰለው በኒሞኒያ ስም ሀገሩን ተርቦ አባቱን ተርቦ እናቱን ተርቦ ዝምታ ገደለው። ባይተዋሩ ልዑል ሀገሬን እንዳለ እናቴን እንዳለ አባቴን እንዳለ በውስጡ እንዳነባ እንደተቃጠለ እንደወጣ ቀረ እንደተገለለ እንደተንጋለለ እንደተንጓለለ። ባይ ባይ ልዑል ባይ 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 የኔ አስተዋይ ሳትሰናበተኝ ደብዳቤን ሳታይ እንደዚህ ጨክኖ መሌት አለ ወይ? ባይ ባይ ልዑል ባይ ባይ እኔም እመጣለሁ ከማይቀርበት መቅረት ይቻላል ወይ? ናፍቆት ትዝታ አንቺዬ ለማልችለው ይብላኝ ለስፒድ የአባቱን ውለታ መቼም ለማይከፍለው። ሁሉን ይቀበላል መሬት ማቻይ ነው ብቻ ፈጣሪ አምላክ ከደጋጎች ጎን ነፍስን ያኑረው። እኔማ ጥሎብኝ ከቶ አይሰለቸኝም ጠዋትና ማታ ነፍስ ይማር እያልኩኝ ያበራው ሻማ እየለኮስኩኝ ሁሌ ጸልያለሁ ነፍስ ይማር እያልኩኝ። ብችልማ ኖሮ ልክ እንደ ክርስቶስ ባልኩኝ ደስ ባለኝ። አልዓዛር ሆይ ተነስ፣ ያበሻው ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ተነስ። አቅም ስለሌለኝ ነፍስን ለመመለስ ከመጸለይ በላይ ወደ መጥቼ እስከምንገናኝ እስከምንተያይ። ባይ ባይ ልዑል ባይ ባይ።
ንግሥት እኛ ታደለች እየከተለች ስለ አበሻው
Your Majesty, this is Prince ዓለማየሁ. He is honored and pleased to meet you.
Welcome to Great Britain, Prince ዓለማየሁ. You must be weary after such a long journey. How do you fare, my young prince?
እንኳን ደህና መጣህ ልዑል ዓለማየሁ። ደህና ነህ?
ደህና ነኝ። ስለተያየን ደስ ብሎናል።
Your Majesty, his mother and father gave me their word that after he completed his studies and became old enough, I must send him back to his homeland as they instructed me to do.
Yes, he will be staying with you, and I will be also looking after him. But if you have any questions regarding him, please ask me.
Okay, Your Majesty, I'll take care of him.
የስውሩ ብላቴና የልዑል ዓለማየሁ 146ኛ የሙት ዓመት መታሰቢያ እንዲሆንልን ይሄንን ሻማ በማብራት ሁላችንም ከመቀመጫችን ተነስተን ለአንድ ደቂቃ በህሊና ጸሎት እናስበው። This is in remembrance of the hidden youth, Prince ዓለማየሁ. Can we all stand together and observe 1 minute of silence?
እሺ እናመሰግናለን። የኢትዮ አርት በዓል ማዕከል በእውነት እነዚህ ታዳጊ ልጆች ሊበረታቱ ይገባል። እስቲ አጨብጭቡላቸው እባካችሁ። አረ ድገሙና አጨብጭቡላቸው። በእውነት ድንቅ ስራ ነው የሰሩት። በጣም ሊመሰገኑ ይገባል። አዎ ከነዚህ ልጆች ጀርባ ትልቅ ጎበዝ ብርቱ ኢትዮጵያ ሴት አለች። በእውነት እሷን ጠርቶ ማመስገን ያስፈልጋል። ሶስና እነዚህ ልጆች የሀገራቸውን ባህልና ስርዓት አውቀው እንዲህ በዚህ ሀገር አማርኛ እያወሩ ሌላውንም ቋንቋ እየተናገሩ በዓላቸውን ለማሳየት ስላደረገችው አስተዋጽኦ የኢትዮ አርት በዓል ማዕከል መስራችና ባለቤት ሶስና በእውነት ለሷ ጭብጨባ ያስፈልጋታል። አጨብጭቡላት ለዚህ ድንቅ ኢትዮጵያዊ። እናመሰግናለን። በመቀጠል የስነ ልቦና ባለሙያ ታምሩ ምህረቱ የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ሕይወት በተመለከተ ስነ ልቦናዊ ምልከታቸውን ይነግሩናል። ይቅርታ እሺ። እሺ ፕሮፌሰር ዳንኤል በመስመር ላይ ናቸው። በቀጥታ ለሳቸው መድረኩን እለቃለሁ። ፕሮፌሰር ዳንኤል ይሰማል?
ይሰማኛል። ይሰማኛል። ሄሎ እሰማለሁ። ልቀጥል?
ፕሮፌሰር ይሰማል?
ሄሎ ይሰማል?
ይሰማል?
ይሰማኛል። እናንተ ትሰሙኛላችሁ?
አዎ ይሰማለሁ። መቀጠል ይችላል ፕሮፌሰር።
እግዚአብሔር ይስጥልኝ። በእንግሊዝኛ ነው እንዳቀርብ የተባለው። እንግዲህ መሀል ላይ በአማርኛም እደበላልቃለሁ። በመጀመሪያ ስለተጋበዝኩኝ በጣም ከፍተኛ ምስጋናዬን አቀርባለሁ። የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ታሪክ ሁላችንም ኢትዮጵያውያንን የሚነካ ነው ከልጅነታችን ጀምሮ። So for those young people who don't speak Amharic or our other guests, what I just said was to all us Ethiopians, ever since we were children, we've grown up with the sad story of ዓለማየሁ, Prince ዓለማየሁ. So today I'm so privileged to take a journey with you about the relationship of trauma, mental and physical health. And I would be also helped by Tamru, who would also give his perspective. We've already heard about the eventful beginning in Ethiopia at the time, where his father, following a disastrous diplomacy, ended up having a major war with one of the most powerful countries at the time, led by Queen Victoria. So what happens just before that is, I think we need to sort of see the complex historical circumstances that led to the war. At the time, his father, Emperor Theodros, was trying to unite Ethiopia because they were all different vassals and kings. And he wanted a big army, he wanted a Christian strong army, and he wanted to relate with the queen as equals. So Captain Speedy, who later became his loco parentis, has been to Ethiopia before the war, and he's actually one of the key people that led to the success of the Magdala War. And as Gash Lemon said many times before, if the lion is not able to tell the story, it would be the hunter's version that we'll always keep in our heads. So some of the historical accounts are quite complicated, and one needs to also appreciate that, because at the time the other kings were directly or indirectly supporting Queen Victoria against Theodros, and those people that he held as hostages was causing a huge humiliation to Britain at the time. So I would say ዓለማየሁ was a political orphan. He was a bounty. Yes, the children did the play, and yes, we heard about Mr. Heaven's account of Prince ዓለማየሁ. But one thing we have to remember is, in addition to the stealing of all the different historical facts and books, the rest was set on fire. So ዓለማየሁ, very young, has already witnessed major traumatic events right from the go. And then his mother dies on the journey, and then we hear this account that she asks Captain Speedy to look after him, and he fires his teacher. I think I find that very hard to believe, a 7-year-old doing that. I agree with Lemon. So you could see in a child's development, the attachment figures are the key during times of disaster. So this little boy who lost his dad, the country is completely in pieces, his mother dies on the way, and he's left with the 6'2" white Englishman with long beard and ginger hair. And then he goes into this long journey on the ship, then the steamboats, and he arrives in Plymouth, and shortly after that, he meets with Queen Victoria. She shows a lot of interest in him. And that's, again, quite an important thing for us to also focus, because she has lost Prince Albert in 61 when ዓለማየሁ was born, and she was on pathological grief, as we all know. So she kind of identifies with him. So you could see this relationship between the two of them, and it continues throughout. So he's welcome to come and stay in her holiday home in Isle of Wight. Then Captain Speedy, who then became his main attachment figure, had to go on this job assignment in India, and he takes ዓለማየሁ with him, but he doesn't get any formal education. So by the time he comes back, I urge you to read the Hansard records in the parliament. So he was a subject of debate because they were saying he's not getting proper education, can't be treated like a prince, he has to be like an ordinary fella, but he needs proper education. And we can't really send him to mainstream English school because he would be subject of, well, for better or worse, bullying. Then he goes into Cheltenham and then rugby. So these are very posh schools, as we all know, but they're entirely white, and he's the only black guy. And as Gosh Lemon Sisai said, you can imagine what it is like to be the only colored boy. So everyone, right from the day that he arrived, is staring at him because he looks different from the ordinary people. And I don't think he liked it. And the Queen has written in her diaries about it. So apart from him being a political orphan and a bounty and witnessing war and death of his parents, he is also going through the life in England under royal protection, but a major cultural isolation because he's the only guy. So we have got acute traumatic stress at the beginning, then loss of safety and identity, then compounded grief, losing all his main connections, then going through this racial othering, I call it, in the country we call it, the otherness, and he becomes more self-aware that he's different, and this chronic isolation. But what do we know today about trauma and development and mental health? You see, it's very difficult to retrospectively talk about someone who had undergone all those difficulties because at that time we didn't have psychiatry proper training. The classification of diseases and disorders that we have today did not exist. And at best they were probably asylums. So nobody was able to provide ዓለማየሁ sort of a counseling or therapy. Freud was in medical school at that time. So we're really talking about 146 years ago, but it was very far compared to where we are today. But we do know early trauma affects the brain development. So we're talking about the hypothalamo-pituitary gonadal axis. So that's a big connection of all the different systems that are ruled by the brain, the main center. And those changes could affect the different organs, immunity, and the hormones and the neurotransmitters. So these are all the chemicals that make us who we are. And the manifestation could be psychological symptoms or physical symptoms. And we do know from his school records that ዓለማየሁ took a lot of time off school. Weather did not agree with him. Yes, he lived 11 years or 2/3, as Mr. Evans said. But I don't think he really adjusted to the English weather at the time. But also, he probably caught a lot of bugs and respiratory infections, viral or otherwise. So he was always anxious, he was self-aware. Yes, he tried to integrate by playing rugby, cricket, and whatnot, but he knew he was the other. He was the different guy, and that I think led to him feeling withdrawn and coming up with those physical symptoms. And I agree with Gosh Lemon's reference to the British Library, where he, towards the end, especially ዓለማየሁ, was being very suspicious that he feels that they're trying to poison him. And that's kind of could be real, but it could also be paranoia. But that's understandable. If you're the only person who looks different and you're treated so, I don't think you trust anybody, especially if your attachment figures are all gone. But the colonial power dynamics at that time was also very complex. So they cut this boy off from all his connections, including Captain Speedy. I heard previously historians and writers, including Lemon, questioning about his relationship with Captain Speedy. So that's another thing. Was he subject of abuse in one way or another? And the emotional dysregulations and the power imbalance, the lack of cultural or competent care at the time, the feelings of alienation, then leading into this pervasive hopelessness and loneliness, just reminded me when I was discussing with one of my good friend and colleague, talking about Homer's Odyssey or Ulysses, who wandered off for good 10 years following the War of Troy. And that could be also another way of looking at Prince ዓለማየሁ. So one way might be the sort of effect of trauma on immunity, on the different hormones and neurotransmitters, and generally feeling hopeless with physical symptoms. But the other one might also be looking at all those people who have recently been coming following difficult wars. And in my clinical practice, I see young people who've been subject of very horrendous trauma, and then life-endangering situations such as crossing through the boat and whatnot. But you see, it's very difficult to make a comparison and parallel, because they are the ones that are coming now with subject of all this political drama around the world. They want to improve their life, and they are actively seeking refuge. Unlike ዓለማየሁ, who was stolen and taken away, and he's lost all his important others. So it's very, very tragic and sad. So it's very difficult to say he normalized and he played rugby and he was a happy guy and sometimes smiled. So I think I disagree with that as a psychiatrist. So one would say, I didn't see his medical records or a psychiatrist spoke to me about him, because there was none at the time. But he had the privilege of being seen by the top doctors, especially when he had the pleurisy.
You hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, just 1 minute is okay? Yeah.
Okay.
Time is gone.
Okay, so complicated grief or depressive symptoms, we could say possibly had post-traumatic stress disorder, but definitely had a lot of psychosomatic illnesses. And I don't know about the last medical illness he had. It says pleurisy, somewhere it says pneumonia, but that was a tragic ending. So in summary, one could say ዓለማየሁ underwent a number of adverse events that affected all his mental and physical health. But thank you very much.
ፕሮፌሰር አመሰግናለሁ።
So you
ገቢው ዲሴምበር 6 ላይ ሙሉ ዝግጅታቸውን አጠናክረው ይጠብቋቸዋል። ትኬቱ እዚሁ እየሸጡ ያሉ ሰዎች አሉ። ትኬት እየገዛችሁ እንድትተባበሯትና እንድታበረታቷት እንጠይቃለን። እናመሰግናለን። በመቀጠል የስነ ልቦና ባለሙያ ታምሩ ምህረቱ የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ሕይወትን በተመለከተ ስነ ልቦናዊ ምልከታቸውን ያጋሩናል። በቀጥታ መድረኩን ለሳቸው ሰጣሉ።
ብዙ አልይዛችሁም ይሰማል። ብዙ አልይዛችሁም ብዙዎች ተናግረውታል። በዚህ በዚያ በተለይ ወንድማችን እዚህ ጋር የገለጸው ፓርት
ማይክ ወደ ላይ ማይኳን ወደ ላይ ከፍ ያርጓል።
በቀጥታ የጻፉትን ብቻ ባለብላችሁ ይሻላል። አይሰማም? ይሰማል? በቀደሙት ወንድሞቼ እና እህቶቼ በኩል የልዑሉ አጭር የህይወት ታሪክ ግንዛቤ ይኖረን ዘንድ ታሪክን አገላብጦ በማመሳከር ጠለቅ ያለ ጥናታዊ ጽሑፋቸውን ከጋዜጠኛነት ሙያ ክህሎት ጋር አጣምረው የገለጹት እንዳለ ሆኖ ሌላኛው የስነ ልቦናዊ ባለሙያ ዶክተር ዳንኤል ፈቃዱ እንዲሁ ትኩረት የተሰጠው ሙያዊ አስተያየታቸውን ሰምተነዋል። እኔም በበኩሌ በዚሁ በልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ የህይወት ታሪክ ውስጥ ያለውን ስነ ልቦናዊ ምልከታ ባጭሩ እንዳጋራችሁ እድል ስለተሰጠኝ ከፍ ያለ ምስጋናዬን እንዳቀርብ እንዲፈቀድልኝ በትህትና ጠይቃለሁ። በመሰረቱ እኔ ማህበራዊ ስነ ልቦና ወይም ሶሻል ሳይኮሎጂስት ባለሙያ ሲሆን ማህበረሰቡ ወይም በአካባቢያችን ያሉ አብረውን የዕለት ተዕለት ኑሯችንን የሚጋሩ ሰዎች በሌላ ላይ ተጽዕኖ በሌላኛው ያስተሳሰብ የባህሪያትና የስሜት የሚጫወተውን ጉልህ ሚና ላይ ትኩረቱን ያደረገና ሌሎችም ተጓዳኝ በሆኑ ዙሪያ ባለሙያ ነኝ። ሰዎች በየትኛው የኑሮ ደረጃ የእድሜ ክልል የሃይማኖት የባህል ወዘተርፈ ዙሪያ ቢመጡ አንድ የሚያጋራቸው የሚያደርጋቸው የሚጋሩትና የሚያመሳስላቸው ብዙ ውጫዊና ውስጣዊ ማንነት አላቸው። እነዚህ ማንነቶች የሚገነቡት ደግሞ መጀመሪያ በቤተሰብ፣ በአካባቢ፣ በትምህርት ቤት እና በመሳሰሉት ማህበራዊ ስብስቦች ከሆኑ በላይ እያንዳንዱ ሰው የሚያንጸባርቀው ራሱ ከሌላው ለየት የሚያደርገው ማንነት ይዞ የሚወጣበትም ጭምር ነው። ወደ ኋላ መለስ ብለን የሀገራችንን ታሪክ ስንቃኘው አብዛኛው የሚያወሳው ስለ ሀገር ሲባል የተደረጉ ፍልሚያዎችና ጦርነቶች ጎልተው ይታዩበታል። ምናልባት በእኔ ዕድሜ ክልል ያላችሁና የታዋቂውን ታሪክ ጸሐፊ ተመራማሪ የተክለ ጻድቅ መኩሪያን የኢትዮጵያ ታሪክ ከአፄ ልብነ ድንግል እስከ አፄ ቴዎድሮስ እና ከአፄ ቴዎድሮስ እስከ አፄ ኃይለ ሥላሴ የሚሉትን ዳጎስ ያሉ መጽሐፍት ለማንበብ እድል ያገኛችሁ ካላችሁ በዘመኑ የነበረውን የዛሬውን የሀገራችን ሰሜናዊ ክፍል የነበሩ ክስተቶች ግልጥ አድርጎ ስሎ በዓይነ ሕሊናችን እንድንቃኛቸው ያስገድደናል። እንግዲህ እንደዚህ ካሉ ሁኔታዎች ውስጥ እየኖረ ባለ ወገናችን ላይ የእንግሊዝ ጦር አፄ ቴዎድሮስን ውጊያ ሊገጥማቸው እልፍ ማይልሶችን አቋርጦ የመጣውና የመቅደላው ጦርነት በመባል የታወቀው ለልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ እየዘከርን ላለነው የፊልም ውጤት ሰለባ ለመሆን ለበቃው በዚያ በጨቅላ ዕድሜው ምርኮኛ ሆኖ ወደ ብሪታንያ ሊወሰድ የተገደደው የህይወት የቁልቁለት ጉዞ የጀመረው ሁሉም ስለተናገሩት ነው። ያው ታሪክን ማያያዝ ስላለብኝ ብዬ ነው። ቀደም ሲል እንደጠቀስኩት በየትኛውም የኑሮ ደረጃ ላይ ባለ ቤተሰብ ውስጥ እያደገ ያለ የ7 ዓመት ልጅ በእናትና በአባቱ ቤት እያለ የሚያገኘው እንክብካቤና ፍቅር ለቀጣይ ህይወቱ ያለው አዎንታዊ አስተዋጽኦ ከፍ ያለ እንደሆነ ሁሉ በተቃራኒው በጦርነትና የጦርነት አስከፊ ገጽታዎች በሆኑት የሰላም ማጣት፣ የኑሮ መዛባትና በመሳሰሉት የተነሳ የሚመጡት የጤና እክሎችን ደግሞ እንደዚሁ አሉታዊ ተጽዕኖአቸው ከፍ ያለ ነው። ብዙ አልገልጽም፣ ብዙዎች ተናግረውታል ብዬ ነው። የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ የህይወት ጉዞ እንዳለመታደል ሆነው ከሁለተኛውና ለማንም የማንመኘው የህይወት አጋጣሚ ውስጥ ሆኖ እናገኘዋለን። የልዑሉ ስነ ልቦናዊ ስብራት የሚጀምረው ከላይ ለመዳሰስ እንደሞከርነው በአባቱ አፄ ቴዎድሮስ በመጨረሻዋ ሰዓት ራሳቸውን በማጥፋታቸው አባት አልባነት ክፍተት ሲሆን ልዑሉና እናቱ እቴጌ ጥሩነሽ ውቤ ተማርከው በጉዞ ላይ ሳሉ እናቱን በሞት መነጠቁ እጅግ ልብ ሰባሪ ሐዘንን ቀጥሎ ያለውንም የኑሮ ተስፋውን ያጨለመ አስከፊ ክስተት ነው። ከዚህ በኋላ ያለው ሁሉ ከድጡ ወደ ማጡ የሚሉት አይነት ትንታኔ የሚያስፈልጉ ሆኖ እናገኘዋለን። ምንም እንኳ እስከ 18ኛው ዓመት ዕድሜ ዘመኑ ድረስ በተገቢ ሁኔታ በሞግዚት በቤተመንግሥት ኑሮና ጥሩ በተባለ ለልዑልና ለቤተመንግሥት ልጆች መማሪያነት ትምህርት ቤቶች እድሎች የተመቻቹለት የነበረ ቢሆንም ከወላጅ እናትና አባቱ ጋር በሀገሩ ቤተመንግሥት ለአንድ ልዑል የሚገባውን እንክብካቤና ትኩረት እያገኘ በሚያውቃትና በሚወዳት እናት ሀገሩ ባህሉና ሃይማኖቱ እንዲሁም ተስማሚ የሀገሩ አየር ሁኔታ ተለይቶና ርቆ ብዙ ተጎሎበት ብዙ የስነ ልቦና ስብራት አስከትሎበት እንደነበረ ስለሱ የሚናገሩ ጥቂት ብለን ልንጠራቸው የምንችላቸው የታሪክ መዛግብቶችን እንደ ወቢ መጥራት እንችላለን። ከነዚህ የስነ ልቦና ስብራቶች ውስጥ ጥቂቶቹን ለመጥቀስ ያህል አንደኛ በትምህርት ቤት እና በማህበራዊ ግንኙነቱ ኤዱኬሽን ኤንድ ሶሻላይዜሽን ብንለው ነው። የቆዳ ቀለሙ ለየት ማለት በትምህርት ቤት ጓደኞቹ የመጠቋቋሚያና የመሸማቀቂያ ምክንያት በመሆን ለብቸኝነት ስሜት የዳረገው መሆኑ። ሁለተኛ ባህላዊ ልዩነት ካልቸራል አሊኔሽን የምንለው ከኢትዮጵያዊነቱ ወይም አማርኛ ቋንቋ እምነቱና የትውልድ ማንነቱ በዘመኑ በነበረው እጅግ ወግ አጥባቂ የብሪቲሽ የቤተመንግሥት ሥርዓት መተካት ከሀገሩ ልቆ በባዕድ ሀገር መኖሩ ያስከተለው የናፍቆትና የመመለስ ተስፋው ፈጽሞ ዝግ መሆኑ ያስከተለበት የአእምሮ ጫና። ሶስተኛ የጤና መጓደል ፊዚካል ሄልዝ የምንለው የነበረው እንግልት ካስከተለበት የጤንነት ቀውስ በተጨማሪ የብሪታንያ ቀዝቃዛ የአየር ሁኔታ በአካላዊ ጤንነቱ ላይ እጅግ የከፋ አስተዋጽኦ አድርጓል። የአእምሮ የጤንነት ጉድለት ሜንታል ሄልዝ የምንለው የገጽታና የባህሪ እዚህ ላይ ታችሁታል። የአይኑን ቅዘዝ መቀነስ ስታዩት አንዳንድ ነገሮችን ስናይ የተቀመጡልን ማስረጃዎች አሉ። የተወሰነ ከዛ ላይ ልንቀዳም እንችላቸው ማለት ነው። ድብርት የወረሰው ተስፋ መቁረጥ ውስጥ ያለ ስሜት ምን የተስፋ ጭላንጭል የማይታየው ተስፋ ቢት ዝምታን የመረጠ ሀብዬን ያልኩት ይህንን እጅግ ሀዘንተኛ በናፍቆትና በብቸኝነት ጥቃት ውስጥ ህይወቱን የሚመራ ሐመረውሃ ሙሉ ሀሳቡን ሁሉ ይዘቱ በሀገር አልባነት በእናትና አባትነት የለሽነትና በመሳሰሉት ያለመፈለግ ስሜቶች የተሞላ ማንነት የውስጥ እይታው ውሳኔው ስለራሱ አመለካከት ቤተኝነት የማይሰማው ባይተዋርነቱንም አምኖ የተቀበለ ተስፋ የለሽነትን የአርባ ቀን እድሉ አድርጎ ተቀብሎ ህይወቱን የሚመራ ከላይ በጥቂቱ የዳሰስናቸው ትንሽ ጠለቅ አድርገን ብናያቸው ሃይፖቴቲካል ዲያግኖስቲክ የምንላቸው ነገሮች አሉ። የሃይፖቴቲካል ዲያግኖስቲክ ፎርሙሌሽን በእንግሊዝኛው ኮምፕሌክስ ፖስት ትራውማቲክ ስትረስ ዲስኦርደር የምንለው ተመላልሶ ወደ አእምሮ የሚመጣ አስጨናቂ ሀሳብ። ከነዚህ ውስጥ የእናትና አባት በህይወት አለመኖር፣ ስደትና በሌሎች በሀገሬው ሰዎች የመናቅና ለሰበት ተጋላጭነት፣ ኤጁኬሽናል ዲስሬጉሌሽን የሚለው ደግሞ ውስጥ እርጋታ እጦት፣ የማንነት ረብሻ፣ የማህበራዊ ግንኙነት የመሳሰሉት። ሰው ሲኖር መብላትና መጠጣት ብቻ አይደለም። ቅድሞ ወንድማችን የሚናገረው ነገር አለ። አጽንኦት ሰጥቶ ከልቡ የሚናገራቸው ነገሮች አሉ። ብዙ ነገሮች ተሟልተውልናል። በእውነት ደስተኞች ነው። ዞር ብለን ስናይ አድገን ነው የመጣ ነው። አንድ ልጅ ከ0 እስከ 2 ዓመት ድረስ ያለው የአእምሮ እድገት ምናልባት ከዛ በኋላ እንደዚህ ያሉ ድሎች ቢገጥሙት ምናልባት የመፌድ የማድረግ ነገር ሊኖረው ይችላል። ከ2ኛ ዓመት በኋላ ግን ብዙ ነገሮች የማይረሱ ኢሪቨርሰብል የምንላቸው ነገሮች ይዞ ሊሄድ ይችላል። ዛሬም ልናይ የምንፈልገው ይህንን ነው። ሜጀር ዲፕሬሲቭ ዲስኦርደር የምንለው ደግሞ ቋሚ የድብርት መንፈስ፣ ተስፋ መቁረጥ፣ ማህበራዊ ገለልተኝነት፣ የጤንነት ቀውስ። ሶስተኛ ፕሮሎንግድ ግሪፍ ዲስኦርደር የምንለው መፍትሄ የለሽ የእናትና የአባት ጦት ብሎም ሀገር አልባነት፣ ቋሚ ሀዘን፣ ፍጹም መጽናኛ ማጣት። አራተኛ አጀስትመንት ዲስኦርደር ዊዝ ሚክስድ አንዛይቲ ኤንድ ዲፕሬሽን ሙድ የምንለው ከትውልድ ሀገር ባህልና የኑሮ ዘይቤ የመነጠ አዲስ ከሆኑ የባዕድ ሀገር ወግና ባህል ጋር ተላምዶ ለመኖር ያለው ችግር። ሳይኮዳይናሚክ ፎርሙሌሽን የምንለው ደግሞ ኮር ኮንፍሊክት እንላለን። ውስጥ አስኳል ተቃራኒ እውነታዎች በንጉሳዊ ኢትዮጵያዊ ማንነቱና በማያውቀው የባህል ሀገር ባህልና ወግ ተገዶ የመዋጥ አደጋ ውስጥ ራሱን ማግኘቱ። አታችመንት ዲስራፕሽን፣ ይሄ በጣም የሚያስፈልገው ነገር። እናት አባት የሌለው ልጅ ወይ በአክስቱ ወይ በአጎቱ ወይም በቅርብ ዘመዱ ይወሰድና በዛ ያድጋል። የእድል አልነበረውም የልዑል። በዋናነት አሳዳጊ እናትና አባት ከማጣትም ባሻገር የቅርብ ዝምድና ባላቸው ዘመዶቹ ሞግዚትነት ለማደግ እንኳን እድል ያላገኘ መሆኑን ያስከተለው መዘዝ ዋስትና የለሽ ስሜት ጠቅለል ባለ ሲታይ የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ የህይወት ጉዞ ገጠመኝና ታሪክ የሚያንጸባርቀው ጠቅለል ባለ መልኩ ሲታይ የልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ የህይወት ጉዞ ገጠመኝና ታሪክ የሚያንጸባርቀው በባዕዳን ወራሪ ኃይላት እጅ በመውደቁ ምክንያት ከሀገሩና ከወገኑ ተለይቶ በብዙ ሺህ ኪሎ ሜትሮች ርቀት የጨቅላይ ልጅነት ህይወቱን እንዲመራ ተገዶ ሲኖር ቀደምት ወይም ኤርሊ ብሬቭመንት የምንለው በማንነቱ ተለይቶ በብቸኝነት የተዋጠ የቁዘማ ኑሮ ይመራ የነበረና ይኸው በ18 ዓመቱ ለጋ እድሜው ባጭሩ እንዲቀጭ ብዙ ምክንያት ሆኖታል። ይህ ደግሞ በአንጻሩ ያኔም ሆነ ዛሬ ዘመናዊ ብለን በምንጠራው ዘመን ቢሆን አንድን ህፃን ልጅ ከተወለደበት ቤተሰቡ፣ ማህበረሰቡ፣ ሀገሩና ባህሉ አልፎ ተርፎ ከቅርብና ከሩቅ አሳዳጊ ሞግዚቶቹ ነጥሎና ነቅሎ መውሰድ በህፃኑ የስነ ልቦናና ከአእምሮ ላይ ምን ያህል ጉዳት እንደሚያደርስ ቁልጭ አድርጎ ማሳያና ገላጭ ነው። ለምን ቢባል የአንድን ህፃን ጨቅላ አእምሮ በማያውቀውና ፍጹም ባዕድና እንግዳ በሆነ አካባቢ ማሳደግ በቀሪ የህይወት ዘመኑ ሁሉ እጅግ አሉታዊ ተጽዕኖ ያለው የስነ ልቦና ስብራት ያስከትልበታልና ይህንን የምንለው ምናልባት እድል አግኝታችሁ እንደሆነ ወደ እስቲ እዚህ ካላችሁ ውስጥ የአፄ ቴዎድሮስን ዘውድ ያያችሁ ለማየት እድል ያገኛችሁ እጃችሁን አውጡ። አንድ ሰው አለው፣ 2 3 ቪክቶሪያ እንደ አልቤርት የነበረው ማለት ነው። እጅግ የሚገርም ነገር ነው ያየሁት። እኔ መጽሐፍቶቹን የተክለ ጻድቅ መኩሪያን መጽሐፍ ያለው ቅድም የጠቀስኩትን ልዕልት እቴጌ ጥሩወርቅ ውቤ ትዝ አይትለኝም። እዛ ግን ያየሁት የእቴጌይቱን ቀሚስ፣ አልቦዎች፣ የንጉሱን ዘውድ እና የእኛን ልጆች የአቡጊዳን ተማሪዎች ይዤ የጃማይካ ኮሚኒቲ ግሩፖች አብረውኝ ነበሩ እና እነሱን ሁሉ ይዤ ሲሄድ እዛ ያየነው ነገር እጅግ አስደንቆኛል። ይሄ ህዝብ እነዚህን ነገሮች ከንጉሱ ጸጉር ሳይቀር ወደዚህ ሀገር ተይዞ ለግዳይ የቀረበ ነው ይሄ ልዑል። ነገር ግን በህይወት ውስጥ ቀርቦ እንዴት ነው ምንድን ነው የሚሰማ? ይሄ ኑሮ እንዴት ታየዋለህ? ዛሬ ወንድሜ እየተንተከተከ የሚናገረው ነገር ማለት ነው። ስጋዊ የሆኑ ነገሮች አዎ ያስፈልጉናል። ለአእምሯችን ምግብ ግን እጅግ የሚያስፈልጉ ነገሮች አሉ። ለልጆቻችን ጥንቃቄ እናድርግ። ህፃናት ላይ የሚደረጉ ማንኛቸውም ጥቃቅን ብለን የምናስባቸው ነገሮች እጅግ በጣም ለወደፊት ኑሯቸው እጅግ በጣም ወሳኝ ነገሮች ናቸው። ልጄ ያሳለፈችውን አንድ ነገር በድንገት ፍልቅ አድርጋ ተናግራ አሁን 18 ዓመት ስለሆነ ያው ኮንሰንት አልተሰጠኝም እና አልናገረውም። ስለዚህ ለልጆቻችን እንጠቀቅ። ይሄ ልዑል ዛሬ ከ146 ዓመታት በኋላ በእንዲህ አይነት መልኩ ልንዘክረው ስለቻል እንደገና በስጋ ዘመዶቻቸው ደግሞ እዚህ በዓይናችን ለማየት እድል ስላገኘ እጅግ በጣም ደስተኛ ነኝ። የጋበዘኝ አቶ አገኘሁንም በጣም ወንድሜ እጅግ የሚገርም የታሪክ ሰው ነው እሱ። ስለዚህ እግዚአብሔር ይስጥልን።
Mr. Tamuru, ምህረቱ በደንብ አጀንጭ እናመሰግናለን። Thank you very much. We are well over our time. So I think now we're going to ask ወንድማችን Mr. Alamudi. It's your turn now. If you don't mind coming out and read your wonderful poem, that would be so nice. Thank you very much.
Salam. I would love to read tonight in Amharic, but my Amharic is really, really bad, and I'll just embarrass myself. So I'll be reading in English tonight. My parents are both born and raised in Ethiopia. My mom was born in Shashamani, my dad in Desi, and grew up in Woldia. But I didn't know about Prince ዓለማየሁ growing up. I didn't really know his story. I knew a lot about Teዎድሮስ, and I knew about Menelik and Haile Selassie, but I didn't know anything about ዓለማየሁ until 2021. I was doing a poetry and archive project, initially looking at archive materials in the British Museum, and I was looking through the Maktaba collection, and I came across the story of ዓለማየሁ. By the way, can everyone hear me in the back? Is that cool? I came across the story and I was surprised, and I did some more digging and I did some more research, and I went to the Royal Archives at Windsor Castle and did some more digging into his life here in the UK, because the details of his life here I thought really resonated with experiences of growing up in the Ethiopian diaspora today. You know, something that Andrew and Lennon says about history not being that far in the past, right? History is a shallow grave, it's not that far. His experience has really, really resonated with me today. And his experience of grief, I think, is universal and relevant to all of us. So I was really drawn by that story. And then when I came across the fact that he died on the 14th of November, 1879, the 14th of November is my birthday. And the connections were just kind of endless. There were lots of details about his life that really kind of resonated with my own. So I wanted to find a way of writing about him and writing poems. And when I was looking through all the archive materials, I realized that the proportion of writing about his life was a lot compared to what's actually survived in his own voice, right? Letters that he has written himself, as getting to know his thoughts directly from him. So I wanted to imagine what his voice might sound like in English. I wanted to write from his perspective. And so I wrote 6 letters in the form of a poem, or 6 poems in the form of a letter, really, imagining what he might have sounded like if he wrote poems home to his family. This first one, I'm going to read 3 of them. I'm not going to read all 6, don't worry. This first one is called Cicada, and it kind of tracks his first encounter with the UK. And it's all about water and longing and homecoming. And it's inspired a lot by the poetry of Derek Walcott, in case anyone is familiar with him, a poet from the Caribbean. Cicada. I can't see water, but I can taste salt in the wind. It is morning. There is only one season here, and it is the rainy one. Clouds rub against each other like cicadas. You can even see where they meet and run your finger along the edge of their precipice. The light is dull. It falls through the gap as syrup. These hills are nothing like the ones back home, where your breath drops over the ledge. I miss that feeling of your spine filing against the sun, when you are so high that your gut is a Masenko string. This island is 1 grain of rock salt slowly dissolving in the water. Everything is bitter. Sea foams on the lips of the cliff face. People here talk with a swell in their throats, talk of more rain, that impenetrable curtain. I remember all the stories you told me, deep water ports on a bed of far-off coins, sailors at Masawa, their skin pearlescent, boats made of ash and boats made of iron, eyes red from coal dust and all that leaving. Thank you. So obviously Ethiopia is a landlocked country, and so I thought him journeying by sea would have been an interesting experience to write about, and the way that sea and homecoming and longing for home is a particularly powerful emotion. I also wanted to imagine what it might have been like for him if he ever fell in love. As Andrew mentioned, I think it's important to try and imagine like a fully rounded version of what his experiences might have been like in the UK, and all the experiences that were robbed of him after dying so young. So I wanted to imagine what it might be like if he ever fell in love. And a lot of the reports of him are that he was quite reserved, or those were some of the reports. So I imagine what all of that might be like, this kind of silence, this reticence to speak. This poem is called Unsent. We met in the spring, the world opening like a pistachio. You were everything I wasn't expecting to find, a wish at the end of a dandelion seed. You said I was a library, quiet and sun-spotted, a leopard sleeping in a tree. That was the year I read Byron and Shelley, not much else. It's easy to mistake longing for love, that parasol affair. My shadow is irredentist. I stay by the creek, the water imperceptibly deep. This, I tell myself, is easy, a spectator to my own desire. With you, I speak with closed lips, for fear I might swallow a flood. Thank you. I'm gonna read one more, I think. So yeah, like I said, I wrote 6 poems. Well, I wrote 15 and ended up cutting a ton of them because they're a bit rubbish. But the final one is actually not a letter written from the perspective of ዓለማየሁ. It's the other way around. It's imagining me writing back to him. I think what really stood out over the course of this project was the fact that history doesn't just haunt us, we can kind of haunt history back, we can speak back to history. And so I wanted to write this poem in the form of a letter to ዓለማየሁ. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure listening to everyone talk about their research and read, especially the kids. They were amazing. Can we have another round of applause for the kids, because they were really fantastic. But this is the final poem for me. I blow birthday candles on your death day, rosettes of smoke, the ragged air violet in my window. You are dying and I write critical fabulation. You wrote nothing that would survive you, except you did write something, a letter asking to watch a football match. The answer to which is yes, we can ramble down the North End Road, pit stop at the bakery. You know I hate bunna, but for you I'd happily take a shot, viscous like the night that took you. A punctured roll of sky, we laugh until we can no longer breathe. 2 of us standing at the bridge. Text will assume its own reality. But who cares what really happened? If your body is a fly caught in Ethiopian opal, I am your refraction. I too have wandered willingly into the abyss, still wandering. Thank you.
That was the poet and editor Fahad Alamuddin. Yeah. Please put your hands together for Mr. Alamuddin. That was really good. Wonderful. Thank you so much. We are getting quite close, I think, to draw this to close. So, is Tigris Mambo around, you think?
Yeah.
I think she might have gone. ትዕግስት ማሞ ወይ ልታነብልን እዚህ ጋር ነበረች። ሳትሄድ አትቀርም መሰለኝ። አለች እሷ እስከምትመጣ ድረስ ሌላን እናስገባ አለም። ያ ኦኬ ሶ አም ኖት ሹር ኔክስት ዋን አሴት We are very close. We are well over our time as well. So sorry. Let me quick up. So this one fun. Hello. Wow. We have a letter from Prince Asfawasan Asrate Kasa from Germany. Yeah. So it's all written in English. A letter from him. If you don't mind, I'm going to read it very quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a feeling of deep pride that I was made aware that you all had to come together to establish a long overdue association. Ethiopians all over the world must be aware of the existence and the death of this lovely Prince of Ethiopia in a foreign land. The son of Ethiopia, Theodros II, and it's again through work, Wube, the child prince, was brought to England after the suicide of his father and the death of the mother on the way to exile. The story we know already, we've heard it so many times. I do not think that any one of us modern refugees can ever perceive the lonely life that Prince ዓለማየሁ must have led during his childhood and teenage years in Great Britain in the 19th century, where there was no Ethiopian to share his grief and sorrow, and above all, his yearning for his beloved country with them. Thank God that the Queen Victoria was there to alleviate his suffering. At least it has been written that the Queen and the Empress were very fond of the Prince ዓለማየሁ and ordered the stipend for his studies. I'm personally convinced that if the Ethiopian prince had lived longer and reached maturity, she would either have created him at least an earl or would have conferred upon his the Grand Cross of the Royal Victorian Order, GCVO. Who knows? She may even have invited him to shoot in Balmoral. Yeah. Alas, Fateh and its own program for him. The lonely prince died at the age of 18, nearly 18 years only. Now it is for us to remember his young prince and pass on his legacy to the new generation of Ethiopians through an annual memorial services on the day of his death. Salute the organizers of his first memorial and implore all Ethiopian communities in Great Britain to gather even every year to remember his honor and death of the young Crown Prince, who died in a foreign land, and to discuss what should happen to hundreds of artworks, books, and liturgical instruments that were brought out of Ethiopia by the German Napier expedition. May God the Almighty accept Crown Prince ዓለማየሁ immortal soul into his heavenly abode. Amen. Asfawasan Aswatikasa from Germany. That was brilliant. Thanks very much from Prince Asfawasan. I think, is there one? Okay. So I think that's it. ይሄ ነው በቃ አሁን ያለው ፕሮግራም ሲታይ ለኔ ፐርሰናሊ መጥቼ ይሄን ሁሉ ደስ እንዲህ ነገር ከእናንተ ጋር ስለተካፈልኩኝ በጣም ደስ ብሎኛል። ሪስቱን ነው ብሎ የሚደንቅ ጊዜ ነበረ። ብዙ ነገር የተማርነው ያየ ነው በዚህ በአስቸጋሪ ሰዓት። yes እንደዚህ ሆነ ተስፋፍተው መገናኘታችን energy so positive for all of us. I felt very proud being Ethiopian and really moving as well, you know. So we must all feel very proud. ችግሩ ያው ልጣጣ እያለ እንደዚህ አይነት ነገር አግኝተን ተሰባስበን መወያየት መቻላችን ለእኔ በጣም ደስ ይላል። So very proud moment for all of us. So shall I start on the floor, on the tape? Oh no, there's more to read. ይሄ ቢነበብ ነገር በዚህ ያላችሁ ሀሳብ ስለተሰማችሁ ዛሬ ስለመጣችሁት ሁኔታ የተሰማችሁ ስሜት ካለ ማቅረብ ትፈልጉት ካለ please just come out, say a few words. Yeah. በኮሚቴዎቹ ኮሚቴዎቹ ድጋፍ ይፈልጋሉ። እና የሄዳችሁን የሆነ እንድትሰሙ ቅድም አንዱ የጠቀሳቸው ትላልቅ ጉዳዮች አሉ። ፕሪንስ ዓለማየሁ ያልነካቸው ቦታዎች የሉ። He's touched so many places in Bristol, in Britain. አሁን ለምሳሌ በስራ ምክንያት በሶስት ሳምንት አንዴ ፕሊመት ይላሉ ከፕሮጀክት ጋር የተያያዘ ጉዳይ እና ፕሊመትን በደንብ አውቀዋል። እዛ ቦታ ላይ ለምሳሌ የእሱ የተመሰከሩ የሚያሳይ ነገሮች ምንም የለም። አንዳንዴ ዝም ብዬ ዘውካል እና ለምሳሌ አንድሪው ልክ እንዳለው ከደረሰባቸው ቦታዎች አኳያ ተሰባስበን እንደ ኮሚኒቲ ይገባኛል የሚሉ አካሎች አሉ፣ እንደ ሲቪል ሶሳይቲ የሚባሉ እነሱ ጽፈን ደብዳቤ ብናቀርብ ተገቢነት ተሰምነት እናገኝ ይችላል። እንኳን የሱ ይቅርና ከሱ እንኳን እንደዚህ ዝና ታሪክ የላቸው ብዙ ሰዎች ብሉ ፕላክ የሚባለው ትልቁ ዋና ፕላክ የሚባለው ያገኙ ብዙ ሰዎች አሉ። እኛም እንደ ኮሚቴ ተሰባስበን ይገባናል ያስፈልጋል የሚለውን አካባቢ ሁሉ ተሰባስበን ከአንዱ ጋር ሆነን ሌሎችም አሉ አቅርበን የሚሉትን መስማት የሚቻል ያክል ማድረግ ይችላል። ስለዚህ ተሰባስበን ብዙ ማድረግ አለብን። ይሄን መሰባሰባችን እንደገና መቀጠል አለብን እና እርዳታ ያስፈልግ ይሆናል። ኮሚኒቲው እንደምሰማው ድካም ችግር አለ ይባላል። ኢቨን አወር ኮሚኒቲ in London እሱን ራሱን መተባበር መደገፍ ከቻለ ትልቅ ነው። በያለንበት እኔ ለንደን ኖር ብሪስቶል ነው ግን ቢሆንም በዛው አለበት ሆነ yes እና እባካችሁ የተሰማችሁ if everybody feels very proud and happy, want to say a few words, please say a few words, you know, whatever. ከመዘጋቱ በፊት I think we are close to brought this thing to closer. Do you want to say a few words? Do you want to say a few words? Do you want to say a few words? You do? Yeah? Yeah? Do you want to read? I'm going to test.
እንደገና መጣው ይሄ የተጻፈው ከዳግማዊ ምኒልክ አምስተኛ ትውልድ ከልጅ ኢያሱ ሚካኤል የልጅ ልጅ ነው። በእንግሊዝ ሀገር ለምትኖሩ ኢትዮጵያውያን ውድ ወገኖቼ በሙሉ ከሁሉ አስቀድሜ የአክብሮት ሰላምታዬን እያቀረብኩ የዳግማዊ አፄ ቴዎድሮስ ልጅ የሆኑት ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ 146ኛ ዕረፍት ለማዘከር ባዘጋጃችሁት የመታሰቢያ ዝግጅት ላይ እንድገኝ ጥሪ ባደረጋችሁልኝ መሰረት በዚህ ታላቅ ታሪካዊ ዝክረ ነገር ለመገኘት ከፍተኛ ፍላጎት የነበረኝ ቢሆንም አንድ ያልጠበቁት የክልል ከባድ ጉዳይ ስለገጠመኝ መገኘት አለመቻሌን ስገልጽላችሁ ታላቅ ይቅርታ ከመጠየቅ ጋር ነው። በመሆኑም አፄ ቴዎድሮስ በኢትዮጵያ የነገስታት ታሪክ ውስጥ አስደማሚ ታሪክ ያላቸው ንጉሥ ሲሆኑ ከእንግሊዝ ጋር በመቅረራ በተደረገው ጦርነት እጃቸውን ሳይሰጡና የሀገራቸውን ክብር ሳያዋርዱ ራሳቸውን ሲገሉ ልጃቸው ዓለማየሁ የጦር ምርኮኛ ሆነው ወደ እንግሊዝ ሀገር መጥተው በተወለዱ በ18 ዓመታቸው ከሞቱ 146 ዓመት በኋላ ኢትዮጵያውያን ወገኖች ተሰባስባችሁ ታሪካቸውን አስታውሳችሁ በመዘከራችሁ የተዘነጋውን ታሪክ በማስታወስ ደረጃ ትልቅ አኩሪ ተግባር ስለሰራችሁ እጅግ ደስ ብሎኛልና እንኳን ደስ አላችሁ እላለሁ። ወደፊትም በሀገራችን ብዙ መልካም ስራ ሰርተው ታሪካቸው ተዳፍኖ የቀረ የኢትዮጵያ ባለውለታ አባቶች ልክ እንደ ልዑል ዓለማየሁ ቴዎድሮስ እያስታወስ መልካም ምሳሌያቸውን ለተተኪው ትውልድ በማስተላለፍ ሀገር ወዳድ ትውልድ በመቅረጽ ደረጃ ብዙ መስራት እንደሚጠበቅብን በዚህ አጋጣሚ እያሳሰብ እኔ ከኢትዮጵያ ንጉሳዊ ቤተሰብ አብራክ የተገኘው እንደመሆኔ መጠን በዚህ መሰል ጠንካራ የታሪክ ግንባታ ስራ ውስጥ ከጎናችሁ የኢትዮጵያዊ ድርሻዬን ለማበርከት በሙሉ ልብና ፍቅር ቃል ገባለሁ። ከአክብሮት ሰላምታ ጋር ሰብለ ወንጌል አለምሰገድ።
እናመሰግናለን። ሰብለ ወንጌል ከበርሊን። ይቅርታ ረሳሁት። ያ ወንድማችን የምትናገረው ነገር ካለ ስለነበረው የተሰማ ነገር ካለ
ማይክ ስጠው።
በጣም ነው የምናመሰግነው። እኔ እዚህ የወጣሁት የኢትዮጵያ ኮሚኒቲ በእንግሊዝ እዛ ነው የማገለግለው ወይም ደግሞ በነፃ የምሰራው። እንግዲህ እዚህ ሀገር ከመጣሁ 2 ዓመቴ ነው። በስኮለርሽፕ ነው የመጣሁት፣ ስኮለርሽፕ ነው የመጣሁት። ጨርሼ ተመርቄያለሁ። ኤንዌይ እዛ ውስጥ ነው ያለፉት ማለት ነው። እና ዛሬ እዚህ ይሄ ዝግጅት እንዲዘጋጅና ኮንተንት ዋይዝ በዚህ መልክ ያቀረቡልን አካላት ብታመሰግኗቸው ደስ ይለኛል። ስለዚህ ይህን ዝግጅት ያዘጋጁ አካላት እባካችሁ በደንብ አመስግኑ። ለምንድነው ራሳቸውን ላያመሰግኑ ይችላሉ እና ይህን እድል ልጠቀምበት የወጣሁት እና እውነት ለመናገር በእንግዲህ የሚዲያ ሰው ነኝ። አንዳንድ ሰዎች ፈልገን ላናገኛቸው የምንችላቸው ሰዎች ዛሬ እዚህ ወጣው እንዲታዩ፣ ለምሳሌ የስነ ልቦና ባለሙያ እዚህ ሀገር እንዳለ አላውቅም። ቢካዝ ብዙ የምታውቁት ነገር ስላለ እና እንደዚህ አይነት ባለሙያዎች እያሉ ብዙ ስራ የሚሰራ አለ። አይደለም ነው የምታውቁታላችሁ ወይ? ይሄ የሆነው እናንተ የምርት በማዘጋጀታችሁ ነው እና በቀጣይ የኢትዮጵያ ኮሚኒቲ እንዲህ አይነት መድረኮችን አብሮ ለመስራት ፈቃደኛ ነው። የእኛንም የኢትዮጵያ ኮሚኒቲ ማዕከል እንድታመሰግኑ ደስ ይለኛል። ከዛ ውጭ የኢትዮጵያ ኮሚኒቲ እንግዲህ እኔ ብዙ በነፃ ከማገልገል ውጭ ብዙ ማውቀው ነገር የለኝም። ግን በእንግሊዝ ታሪክ ውስጥ ኢንዱስትሪ UK in connection to community center, the only African community center who has a building is Ethiopian community center, the only African community center. This has its own reason. ይሄ ሊሆን የቻለበት ምክንያት ብዙዎቹ ታውቁታላችሁ። I don't want to go to that detail. However, እባካችሁ let's forget the past history now. እዚህ ሀገር በጣም ብዙ ስራ የሚሰራ አለ። በዚህ ኮሚኒቲ አማካኝነት እንደኛ አይነት ሰዎች ምንም ማናቅ ሰዎች አለን። መጣችሁ አግዙንና ብዙ ስራ እንስራ ነው። በነፃ የማገልገልን ባህል እናምጣ። ለብዙ ትውልድ እንድረስ። ብዙ ችግር አለ። ለምሳሌ አሁን የሐሙስና ማክሰኞ ለዛሬ ያሰብነው ሰርቪስ ዋናው ችግሩ ምንድነው? there is low digital skill in the community and at the same time በጣም ሊሚትድ የሆነ አክሰስ ያላቸው ቴክኖሎጂ ጋር በተገናኘ በጣም ብዙ ኮሚቴ ሜምበርስ አለ። how many of you እናንተ ይህን የምታውቁ እነማን ናችሁ? ምን ያህል ታውቃላችሁ? እኔ በጣም ብዙ ነው የማየው ችግር። ስለዚህ እዚህ ሀገር ባለኝ ቆይታ ለምንድን ነው በነፃ ማላገለግለው በሚል ነው እንዲህ እያገዘን ያለ ነው እንጂ እንደናንተ ሁላችንም ስራ ይኖረናል ወይም ደግሞ ሲስተሙ ስለመግባት ደፋ ቀና ልንል እንችል ይሆናል። however እና ባካችሁ የኢትዮጵያን ኮሚኒቲ ሴንተር ከኔ በላይ ታውቁታላችሁ። አዲስ አመራር ነው ያለው፣ አዲስ ትውልድ ነው ያለው። መጣችሁ ከኛ ጋር ጆይን አድርጋችሁ በተለይ በጣም ስትረስ አድርጌ መናገር ፈልገው እዚህ ሀገር ተወልዳችሁ ያደጋችሁ ልጆች በጣም ትልቅ ኦፖርቹኒቲ ሚስ አድርጋችኋል። ፋሚሊዎች ካላችሁ ዩቱብ በጣም ሚስ አድርጋችኋል። ይህን ኦፖርቹኒቲ ለልጆቻችሁ ጥሩ ነገር ማሳየት አለባችሁ። ህንፃ እያለ እዛ ውስጥ ስንት ፕሮጀክት እየቀረሰ መከራ አይተው የተለያየ ቦታ ላይ እያደረገው ስራ ለመቀጠል መከራ ከሚያዩ ይሸው አይስ just take them to come to the center and I will show them እንዴት ፕሮጀክት እንደሚቀረጽ ስራ እንዴት እንደሚሰራ አሳያቸዋለሁ። ግን that is really one I'm afraid of like እንደዚህ ሰዎችን ኮምፕሊት ማድረግ እዚህ የሰለጠነ ሀገር ላይ የተቀመጠ ሰው እንዴት ነው እንደዚህ የማይሰራው? ስለዚህ እናንተ የምታውቁት ባክግራውንድ ይኖራል። I don't want to go እንደዛ ነገር ፕሊዝ እንረዳዳ። ዛሬ ይሄን መድረክ ያመቻቸው አካላት ከኛ ጋር ይሄን በመስራታቸው we all are proud። ግን እንደነሱ አብራችሁን ስሩ፣ እኛም እናግዛቸዋለን። በድጋሚ ይሄን ያዘጋጁትን አካል በጣም እናመሰግናለን። በርቱ። ታንክ ዩ።
So I think we have finished now. ጨርሰናል። ማለት ፍሪጋ የለማ Okay, I think we finished. Thank you everyone for coming. It's wonderful. So you came, so now a second. ወደ የቤታችሁ ሁላችሁ በሰላም አቤት። እሺ ከመሄዳችን በፊት ጠረጴዛ ወንበር መሰብሰብ ብንችል እናግዛቸው፣ የምትችሉ ብቻ። እናመሰግናለን። ለምግብ የሰሩልን አዳም ሬስቶራንት፣ ማራቶን ሬስቶራንት፣ ሀረር ሬስቶራንት፣ ብዙ ሬስቶራንቶች ያገዙን ቅዱስ ገብርኤል፣ እነዚህ ሁሉ ምግብ ያቀረቡልን ናቸውና እንዳትረሷቸው፣ አመስግኗቸው።
ምን ፎቶ ነው?
Yes.